Make your way in, colleagues. We are just starting. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Can we settle down? Can we settle down? Okay, I'm going to start by introducing myself so that you can know when you want to make an announcement who to contact. My name is Glenn Zulu. I am the CFO at the Information Regulator. And then we will start our program. Welcome to the members of the Information Regulator, Member Tilly, Member Strom, Member Werpond, and Member Kwala. CEO of the Information Regulator. Welcome to all our honorable guests, which is the stakeholders of the Information Regulator. I have a very long list. I would like to acknowledge a few of our stakeholders, but I'm welcoming warmly all of you into our stakeholder engagement. I would firstly like to welcome the community members. We appreciate your presence in our midst. And I would also like to welcome the few CEOs and the executives of the various institutions. The Blind SA, we acknowledge your presence and welcome. BASA, Right to Know, Corruption Watch, Equal Education, Outer, Alt Advisory, City of Johannesburg, and I would also like to acknowledge the presence of our forum from the Regulators Forum, the CEO of ICASA, FPB, and ZEDNA. Those that I have omitted, colleagues, it's not because you are not important. You are all very important to us, and I would like to acknowledge your presence. Like I did indicate earlier, that we have a very long list. And there's just a few logistical issues that we need to announce. The bathroom, I think you would have seen the signs. They are on the right-hand side. When you walk out of the door on the right-hand side, there's bathrooms. The signage is there. And I would also like to indicate that as the Information Regulator, we take our regulations very seriously. So there's a consent form that we have at the back at the registration table. The consent form gives us the permission to take your videos and your pictures. So if you are not comfortable in us taking your videos or your pictures, for use of your pictures, please indicate on the form and complete your consent on the form if you allow us to take your pictures for the use of the profiling of this event, because we are going to be profiling the event. So we are going to be having pictures in our magazines and in also our public documents like the annual report. So we would like to request that if you are not comfortable with us taking pictures, there is a lanyard that we have at the back. That you can actually use to put around your neck so that we actually acknowledge the fact that you did not give us the consent of using your picture. So if you are not comfortable with that, keep it throughout the program so that in case the pictures are taken, then we can omit your picture. Or maybe we can just make it blurry when we are actually publishing our documents. For any questions and any announcement, you are free to come here at the front and actually make your request. We will actually announce it. So I'll just give a brief overview of what the stakeholder engagement is all about. Colleagues, it's the initiative of the Information Regulator. And I think it's the first of its kind for us. But we felt that we needed to take you into our confidence in terms of our plans for the annual performance plan. So we have this document that we plan our work with. It actually outlines all the activities of the Information Regulator. So this document is actually going to tell you what our work is going to be for the year. So if you go in through that document, you will see the activities and the plans of the assessments, how many we are going to do, where we are going to conduct them, and the executives and the CEO are going to be taking you through that. This will assist us in planning properly. It will also assist you to align your resources to our plans so that at least you understand what the regulator is expecting from you and you can prepare yourself accordingly. And then when the time comes for us to do the assessment, you would be ready as to what our focal point is. Because we will be giving you our focal points, and then we will be expecting you to plan accordingly and allocate the resources. We know that all the resources are limited, so we are aware that is why we are doing the consultation with you as our stakeholders. So without further ado, colleagues, I'm going to request the opening remarks from Advocate Strom, who is the member of the Information Regulator. Thank you.
If I can just put my laptop. Yeah, it's fine. We can close. Oh, this one you cannot close it. Yeah. Thank you very much. Am I audible? Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Welcome everybody and our colleagues online to today's stakeholder engagement. I'd like to welcome my colleagues, the members, the CEO of the Information Regulator. I think the members have, Ms. Zulu has already introduced the members, the CEO, your executive team, and the staff of the regulator and everybody present here today. I'll briefly go through the background of this consultation today. As you're aware, as the program directors highlighted why they need to look at our APPs and for you to sort of know what we are planning so that you can plan yourself also accordingly. As the regulator, on an annual basis, we develop 2 plans that are outlining our intention to implement our mandate. This is the APP, the Annual Performance Plan, and the AOP, the Annual Operation Plan. The APP focuses on our strategic projects or performance indicator that we plan to implement during that financial year. Excuse me. The regulator we have recently concluded our APP planning processes for 2025-2026 financial year after robust consultation and deliberation within our organization. We felt that there was a need for consultation engagement on our draft APPs with you, the stakeholders, and the general members of the public, so that we can discuss those priorities that we identify during the members' priorities meeting, which set out the strategic objective of the organization, which we review them on an annual basis. So we felt that we had to, through a consultative process, involve the public stakeholders and look at all the outcomes of the organization-wide staff planning session, where it was resolved that as the regulator will consult with the stakeholders and the general public on the draft APP before they are tabled before Parliament. Excuse me. This resolution was informed by the conviction that the regulator does need to be informed by the perspectives and insights from the parties whose information handling practices are regulated by us and the public whose information rights it seeks to protect. Now, we resolved that we should open this consultative stakeholder session on our APP, and our APP are informed by the following: a 5-year strategic plan, members' priorities, available resources such as human, financial, and ICT, reflections from the implementation of the APP in the previous financial year, and key trends that we identified. Briefly, the objective of this consultative stakeholder engagement session today are as follows: to outline our mandate as the regulator to you, the stakeholders, and highlight the role of the regulator in protecting the right to privacy, and promoting access to information. So both PUBIA and PAIA. So we'll outline the key priorities of the regulator for the 2025-2026 financial year, and also highlight key challenges that impact the quality of our work and effective service delivery. So we'll solicit your inputs on our plan. So we encourage stakeholders' participation in implementing the regulator's mandate through compliance with both PUBIA and PAIA and your partnership. So we are also creating an open environment for stakeholders to engage with, to interact with the regulator. So our 5-year strategic plan commits to the following values: transparency, accountability, integrity, excellence, impartiality, and responsiveness. So we engage you on this session today to be part of our continuous application of these values on our daily operation. Finally, the divisions today will present their plans of their work for the proposed performance indicator for 2025-26. So those will be POPIA division, PAIA, and I think EDUCOM lastly. So I welcome everybody, and your input on our APPs and OPs will actually help us and assist us to table our APP accordingly before Parliament. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Strom, for the opening remarks. And I would like to make an announcement. An omission has happened on my side, and my apologies for that. The apology for the chairperson of the Information Regulator. She was not able to join us today due to other engagements. So the next, I hope you do all have the program, because the program was distributed at the back when you came in, and it's just a few items. I think we will be done before 2. But I will direct you in case you don't have the program in your hand. So now we are going to take the institutional report from one of the members of the Information Regulator, Advocate Wepond. Please come to the front. Thank you very much.
Good morning to everyone, our esteemed stakeholders. Good morning to the members. Good morning to the CEO and the team. We are very grateful for all the hard work. Just to say that the Information Regulator does not take your work and the achievements lightly. Colleagues, we are celebrating the Human Rights Month, and it's important for us just to also acknowledge the work of the South African Human Rights Commission. We had a long-standing partnership with the South African Human Rights Commission, and that also helped us to arrive at the point where we at today. And I'm sure Advocate Strom, as the designee for the promotion of access to information, and a lot of activists in the space of the promotion of access to information would recognize and appreciate that point. It is also very important for us at this juncture to also make sure that we give the necessary support during this month of human rights to all the stakeholders that are involved in the struggle for human rights. It is very important, and in the words of the chairperson, I always like to echo those sentiments and also express our sincere gratitude for the work of our chairperson, but more so the fact that she always emphasized that we started out at the Department of Justice with a copy of the, what we would call the Act today. And also very importantly, a few chairs and desks. The 5 members then started out to try to understand how to create something from nothing. And that was very important at this point, because there was already an outcry and we had to ensure that we move with speed. But the speed at which we were supposed to move at was dependent on the speed of the assistance that we received from the Department of Justice. And rightfully so, we agreed with the department at some point in juncture, and Ntate Musala was also then seconded to assist us to create this something that we can see today from the nothing that we had at the time. And very importantly, we always need to acknowledge the contribution of giants like Ntate Musala at the time and now. And very importantly, colleagues, there is this question that the physicists always ask, how to create something from nothing. And we as the information regulator can, in our small universe, attest to that. And that's very important for us to appreciate that fact that indeed the information regulator is in existence, and people will always ask you for proof. And the proof is the fact that this room here is filled with our stakeholders, people who's got an interest in the work of the information regulator. Very importantly, we also then moved on in our journey to ensure that we establish a 112 people strong entity. And we must also congratulate and appreciate the fact that we received 20 million rand from the National Fiscus, despite the economic challenges that we as a country is facing. And that also attests to the work of the information regulator, because I don't think that the National Treasury would have given us a cent if they did not have appreciation for the work of the information regulator. Very importantly, colleagues, Advocate Stroom mentioned, and this is important for us to appreciate, that we have a 5-year plan, and our 5-year plan in government is called a strategic plan. And the strategic plan is also supported by an annual performance plan. And those two documents then guides the work that the information regulator intends to execute. But this is the first time, and under the leadership of the chairperson, the members, and Ntate Musala and his team, that we are breaking ground by inviting our stakeholders to actually appreciate and understand the work that we are going to execute for the next year and over the 5-year period. That's very important for us to appreciate, and it's commendable. We also want to also echo what we would call the sentiments of the chairperson, that she always tells us in meetings that she does not want to be part of a pedestrian organization. A pedestrian organization is that one that moves slowly and frustrates all its stakeholders along the way. So we would want to be part of a world-class institution. And in saying this, I would like to also emphasize the fact that we are having a regional presence. We are chairing what we would call ANIC, and ANIC is actually the African Network of Information Commissioners, and we also execute the secretarial function. So that's one of our regional presence that we are proud of internationally. We are part of the EXCO, the executive team of the International Conference of Information Commissioners. That's the world body that looks after 90 member countries, 90 members in 57 countries globally. We also serve on the executive team of the Global Privacy Assembly. That's the world body that actually oversees privacy work. We also belong to various work streams. That's also very commendable, because we've got a say in how the world should move forward with regards to the protection of personal information as well as access to information. So what is also very important to understand is that we as the information regulator don't want to have plans that are not aligned and stakeholders that are not aligned to our vision and our mandate. But we also have appreciation for the fact that the geopolitical climate is quite volatile, but very importantly, technology is moving at such a fast pace that we always have to be alert I mean, no one could have anticipated the impact that artificial intelligence would have had on the work of data protection authorities. And that is also one of the things that the Information Regulator is currently focusing its efforts on, and also to ensure that we play a role and that we make an impact that everybody can be proud of. What is also very important for us to appreciate, and is very important for our stakeholders to ensure that we are supported, is the fact that, and I need to emphasize this point, during the 2021-2022 financial year, we had 202 security compromises. Those are data breaches, loosely speaking. And when you look at the 2022-2023 financial year, we had an increase from 202 to 590. So that's almost triple. Our CFO can correct me on the spot. But what is also significant is the fact that there was a jump from 590, and it almost tripled to 1,727 notifications that the Information Regulator has recorded. But taking into account the small budget and the huge responsibility that we have, the Information Regulator is grappling and struggling to ensure that we execute our mandate with regards to security compromises. And this is one of the facts that our stakeholders need to appreciate. What is also very important to appreciate is the fact that we as the Information Regulator values the input and the criticism on social media at times. It ensures that we improve where we lack, and it also helps us, and it provides a mirror so that we can understand how and where to improve. Very importantly, we also want to appreciate the fact that there are an outcry publicly with regards to gated communities, and the Information Regulator is hard at work to ensure that we develop a code of conduct which we are going to issue on own initiative to ensure that gated community concerns are addressed and properly regulated. So with the strained or already strained resources, the Information Regulator has considered it very important to develop such a code. The Information Regulator is also mindful, and we are continuously reminded about the guidance note on transfer of personal information outside the borders of the Republic of South Africa. And Ms. Tully is quite passionate about this point. What is also very important for us to appreciate is the fact that there were engagements which were led by members, and the Information Regulator participated and discussed the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. And what is important for us to appreciate is that we can no longer delay the issuing of the guidance note that would speak to transborder transfer of personal information. We are hard at work to work with our partners globally. One of the partners that we are working with is the Data Protection Authority in the UK, the ICO. We are also looking at the European Data Protection Authority, because those are key partners that we have consulted all along. With regards to the promotion of access to information, we're also very proud to say that in the year 2000, the National Assembly has ensured that this act became something that we now witness is part of the action that we execute. And we also very proud to indicate that this act has been in existence for the past 25 years. We also remember all the consultations and work that we had to do with the South African Human Rights Commission, and we also acknowledge the work and the effort that they have put in. We also had a transition plan, and Advocate Stroom played a crucial role in ensuring that that plan is executed and that the function of the promotion of access of information was transferred to the Information Regulator without any pain and disagreements. What is also very important to understand is the fact that the Information Regulator appreciates the fact that there are at times efforts by our partners, and this is one of the points that we need to appreciate, that they would like to have amendments to PAIA, and I see some noddings, but very importantly, those amendments are being considered by the Information Regulator. The process is slow because we also have to attend to many other priorities, as I've mentioned before. What is also very important for us to appreciate is the fact that we can now see, with regards to the work of the Information Regulator, specifically Section 55(2), that information officers now start to understand, and Tate Mosala once emphasized this point in a meeting, that what is the implications of information officers that have not been registered with the Information Regulator. And the answer was that you cannot take up your roles and responsibilities in terms of POPIA if you are not registered. But very importantly, and more so, you are non-compliant if you don't register. But we have now seen that over 34,000 bodies have registered, and we also very importantly want to state that deputy information officers are a crucial component in the processing of personal information and the promotion of access to information activities. But what is important to understand, and this is something that we need to drive in our EDUCOM sessions, is the fact that there are designated and there are delegated deputy information officers. The one has the powers and the other one is dependent on the direction of the information officer. So that becomes important to understand in simple terms. It is also very important for us to appreciate the fact that the Information Regulator has ensured over a long period of time that enforcement notices are issued. Not such a long period, but I would say for the past 2.5 years, yes, or 2 years, we have started to issue enforcement notices. And these enforcement notices in the main was actually to provide an opportunity in terms of the structure of our act to responsible parties within a specific period of time to correct the non-compliance that was indicated. In other jurisdictions, you don't get the opportunity to correct your non-compliance. You get issued with a fine. And these are some of the amendments that the Information Regulator is considering and will be looking at when we consider amendments to POPIA. What is also very important for us to appreciate is the fact that we have conducted assessments. We also know the challenges with regards to assessments in POPIA, but very importantly, the assessments that we have conducted does not have consequences because of the structure of the Act, but those are quite important documents to ensure that responsible parties, both private and public bodies, correct non-compliance. But we are also hard at work to ensure that amendments to the Act is done so that we can achieve compliance and also enforcement mechanisms. I see Mr. Lee is nodding. This is one of the issues that she also wants to see happening. And what is also very important for us to understand and appreciate is the fact that the Information Regulator, when assessing its gains over the 8 years, that we also understand that our stakeholders in the process played a critical and crucial role to ensure that we arrive at a point at which we are, and we will continue to consult our stakeholders so that we can have a responsive strategic plan and a responsive annual performance plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Weapond. I think you've alluded to the issues at all our stakeholders now are aware of what this engagement is about. And I think the aim really is so that we can engage and build the culture of transparency and trust. So as I said in my opening remarks earlier, that if you know what is to come, then you can prepare yourself so it doesn't look like an ambush. You can plan around it, you can plan for your resources so that you are able to comply. The aim here is that we all have compliance and we all align ourselves to the legislation. So it's not to catch you out as such. It's so that we can work together so that we can improve our communities. Without further ado, I'm going to request the CEO of the Information Regulator, Mr. Musala, to come and give us his address on the Information Regulator's operational functions, and he will be alluding to the opportunities as well as the challenges that the Information Regulator faces. I'm sure he's also going to touch on the issue of our limited resources so that the stakeholders can understand that the country, I think we have about 60 million people in this country, and the Information Regulator has the staff complement of less than 100 at this point. So with the resources that we have, we try to stretch ourselves to address all the issues that you raise. As Advocate Weapon has alluded to, the security breaches, which seems to be the challenge in most of our communities. And I think I speak not only for myself when I say those direct marketing calls are also a problem to all of us. And I think we all want a solution to that. And I think the code of conducts and all the other items that we are going to, activities that we have outlined to deal with that, will be alluded to by the executives of the different divisions. And Tate Musala, CEO, you have the podium.
Good morning, all. To the members of the Information Regulator, our esteemed guests, my fellow CEOs of different organizations that are here, and executives, heads of department, community members that we have invited and felt that it is necessary that they be part of the stakeholder engagement, to the staff of the regulator, to everyone who's online. Thank you very much for making time to join us this morning. I am not going to really take a lot of time. I'm going to take you through a presentation about a few things. It's not updating on the screen, I don't know, but I can see that it's moving on my computer, so I'm not sure. Or is it slow? Ah, there it is. Oh, right. So we have members of the regulator as members, but they also have work to do in the regulator, and I would like to just to take you through the work that they do. They are also chairpersons of what we call Section 49 committees. Section 49 committees are committees that play oversight on the work of the administration. As the administration, we do work, but we then go and account to the Section 49 committees. As you can see, the chairperson of the regulator is also the chairperson of the Policy, Governance and International Corporations Committee. So when we deal with matters of policy and of international relations, we go and account to the committee chaired by the chairperson. So members are not just like a board. They also play a role in the work that we do. We also have other members, Advocate Lebogang Strom, Advocate Weapon, Member Tilly, and Member Gwala. They chair Section 49 committees. What is our vision? What is our mission? What are our values? When we started the regulator, I had the fortune of being part of the team that started, although I came a year later. And I had a role in coming up with a vision of the Information Regulator, and it was quite a debate and quite an exercise. And we decided that we should say that we want, where we want to be, where we want to go, is to be a world-class institution. We said that we would sound and would look a bit arrogant if we say we want to be a world-class institution. But we felt that if we were to find ourselves in the space where we do the same work as other institutions that are all over the world, starting on the continent. You go to the Americas, you go to Europe, you go to Asia, you go to Australia, you have these institutions. And if we are to really do our work well, we must envision ourselves as an institution that would want to be a world-class one in the protection of personal information and the promotion of access to information. That's our vision. We want to go there. We want to see ourselves one day there. We want to see ourselves influencing the world. So we want to be a world-class institution. And if I had time, I would show you my famous plane, my famous 6-engine plane, a Russian big plane. I would show you. Mr. Timber said it was destroyed during the war. It is still there. It has not been destroyed. I would do that if I had time, because we want to be this institution. Our mission is in this journey of being a world-class institution. We want to be independent in the work that we do. We want to not to favor anybody. So we want to be an independent institution which regulates the processing of personal information and the promotion of access to information. We have our values, which we measure on quarterly basis. We have said that we cannot have values as a regulator and we don't measure them. So the staff of the regulator comes to the CEO's office on quarterly basis, the divisions, to come and tell the CEO and the members how they are transparent about the work that we do. So we do not just talk about transparency, we say, come and prove how you've been transparent in a quarter. And we look at the inquiries and the complaints that we receive, and we compare what they say to the values. So we measure our values, we live them and we measure them. The value of accountability, of integrity, of excellence, impartiality and responsiveness. So we measure those, we have them, those are our values. We have an impact statement. And our impact statement comes from what we believe the regulator should be to the people of this country. We want to measure ourselves every 5 years on the basis of this impact statement to say, are all South Africans able to assert their right to privacy? Are they able to? We want to measure that impact. We want to check whether South Africans can assert their right to privacy as it relates to protection of personal information and the right to access to information. We want to measure that every 5 years. And Mr. Dimba will tell you how we are going to do that when he addresses you. So our impact statement is that all South Africans are empowered to assert their right to privacy. And we are passionate about this because we have a democracy, but I'm not sure that all of us are able to assert our rights. I'm not sure about that. There's one thing that is missing in this country is South Africans know that they have rights, but can they, with confidence, say that I'm able to assert my right in terms of Chapter 2, the Bill of Rights? Am I able to, can we say that confidently? So that's our impact statement that we'll measure in every 5 years. We've got 2 strategic outcomes. The first one is personal information is protected. We wanted to keep it simple. And the second one is access to information is promoted. This slide depicts our governance within the regulator, how our governance looks like. We are arranged in terms of governance in this way. We have what we call the ordinary meeting, which is the highest decision-making body in the regulator. It's a body of members. It's a body where members sit with the chairperson and they make decisions. Highest decision-making body of the regulator is chaired by Advocate Takula, and members participate. The administration would assist and go there and account. So the ordinary meeting is the highest decision-making body, and it's a body formed in terms of Section 51 of POPIA. We then have Section 49 committees. I've touched on them when we had an earlier slide, which will be committees that will assist the regulator. And then in terms of Section 47 and 48, we have what we call EXCO and EXCO committees, and that's where the administration would begin, and that's where we do the actual work. That's where we do the operational work. And we have all those committees in terms of Section 47 and 48, the executive committee and the management committee, and underneath of them we have the different committees of EXCO. So these are committees within the regulator. But we also have other committees that provide oversight. On our work outside the regulator. In the previous slide, I dealt with those committees that provide oversight and they do work within the regulator. We have Parliament. We report to Parliament. Section 39 says that we account to Parliament. There's a debate about that. There's sometimes confusion about that. There are people who still believe that we account to Parliament via the Department of Justice or via the Minister. When you read Section 39, it's very, very clear we account directly to Parliament. We do have responsibilities to the Minister in terms of reports that we submit, but we account to the Portfolio Committee. We have an Audit Committee that we have established that they also look at the work of the regulator. We have a Risk Committee. But we have other structures that assist us in doing our work. For example, we've got what we call the Research Advisory Committee. This is a committee that advises us on the work we do when we do research. We are not experts in research ourselves. We have professors who are in universities who would assist us in coming up with research proposals, or who'd look at the research proposals that we come with and look at them and evaluate them and check that they are consistent with principles of doing research. So all our research that we undertake, we don't just decide and undertake a research. We take it through the Research Advisory Committee. So it's a structure that helps us to do our work. We also have an important committee that is established in terms of Section 50, which is the Enforcement Committee. The Enforcement Committee, it's a committee that deals with investigation reports we receive after investigating complaints. When you submit complaints and we investigate them and we make a decision that this complaint is worth going through the Enforcement Committee, it's a committee of independent South Africans who are not employed by the regulator, but who are who we have invited to avail their services so that they can adjudicate on the matters that we put before them after investigating them. They will also look at the Section 89 assessments conducted by Popea when the regulator visits your institution or your body, and there's a report. Once the report is ready, it will go to the members. No, this one doesn't go through the Enforcement Committee, and I'm making a mistake. It goes directly to the members. But the Enforcement Committee is there to adjudicate on complaints and matters. Thanks, I've corrected myself. I thought I was that old, but I can still be able to. And the next slide deals with our planning cycle. We took a policy decision that we should align our planning to the term of office of members and not to the political term of office. You'd know that term of office of departments are based on the elections. After every election, you've got a new minister, and then the term of office begins for a period of 5 years. For us, our our planning cycles are based on the term of office of members of the regulator. So the first term started in, I think there's a mistake. It started in 2016, and the second term, we are in the second term now, and the third term will go. I think there are typos there, but we've got 3 terms of office at the moment, but they're based on the term of office of member. When members come, it's a term, and then when they leave, another term, and then another term. So there's a bit of a typo there. So that's our planning cycle. So it's not based on the term of office of political appointees. It's based on the term of office of members. They serve a 5-year period. So the first members who served 5 years, it was their first term of office. We've got the second term now. We are almost a year and a couple of months to the end of that term, and then the third term will begin. Our apologies for the typo, and we'll send you a corrected presentation. The CFO touched on our financial resources. At the moment, the financial year that is about to end at the end of March, we're allocated 110 million. This 110 million, 70% of it pays salaries. And only around 30 million goes to our operations. So that tells you how we operate. We employ people, but the difficulty is that they do not have enough resources to carry out our mandate. But nevertheless, we're trying to do our best. And I'm sure everybody knows in South Africa that there's an information regulator. At least people know about it. You may not have dealt with it directly. So we have a small budget, very small budget. In the next financial year, which starts on the 1st of April, our budget has been increased to 135 million. It's still not a lot because out of that you still pay 70% of it as salaries. So you would be left with about 40 million or so. And in the outer year, it will increase to 141 million. Now, when you look at the work that we do, when you look at the engagement we do, when you look at the court cases that we engage in, when you look at the companies we regulate and everybody we regulate, our access, we've got jurisdiction throughout the Republic. It means in every corner of the Republic where people process personal information, we have jurisdiction. And if you look at this budget and you look at the size of our work, it tells you that it's not just easy. But we are not complaining, we are just saying it so that it's known. We will continue to do our Section 89 assessments. We'll visit you. We'll continue to engage with you in our stakeholder engagement. We'll continue to do our best to South Africa with those mega resources. We are trying to build a team of men and women, and I said to the team that is recruiting the colleagues who will be joining the regulator that they must bring the very, very best to the regulator. So we are recruiting people to come and work for the regulator with those mega resources. Our difficulty is that we can't keep those people. We can't keep them because some of you poach them, some of you take them, some of you give them attractive salaries, some of them. So whilst you are doing our best to bring the best, you are doing your best to take our best. So we have the staff complement of 92 currently, and we are filling 6 positions, but in the new financial year, we'll recruit 40 more positions. We have quite a number of programs, the health and wellness program, the training of staff, and so on. I won't spend a lot of time on that. We also conduct climate surveys. So we are quite a small organization. I have a friend who normally says he's a pastor, and pastors have a way of saying things. I don't know where they get that, maybe from God. Maybe it's the talent that God has given them, you know. Some of us, ordinary people, just say things simply. But pastors have got a way of saying things. He says, if you can't do big things, do small things in a big way. And this comes from a pastor. So we are not going to do big things because we do not have money. We are going to do small things, and we are going to do them in a big way. So when we come to communities with our program of Dikopano, we are going to visit communities and start visiting schools and start changing our Dikopano. And Mr. Dimba will touch on these things. I don't want to preempt his presentation. So we're going to do small things, but in a big way. We are unable to get a bigger venue, and because we expected 100 people, but 140 people showed interest. We said, we're going to cram you in here and do this presentation, small as it is, in a big way. So I'm using what pastors would say. So that will be our resources, human resources. Our ICT is another example of work that we want to do. At the moment, we have decided that we do not have the money to outsource our ICT work. So we've employed developers who will develop our programs from within the regulator. We are trying to get them to do work for us. So we've got what we call my regulator portal. It's internally focused. It's helping us with contract registers, corporate calendars, security compromises, and so on. But we have also what we call e-services portal that will be facing out to the public. And it's dealing with information officer registration. Advocate Strom and Advocate Weapon touched on the registration of information officers. And this is a big problem for us. We appreciate that 40,000 plus have registered. But we have discovered that 40,000 plus constitute only 1% of those who are supposed to register. We've discovered that we still have about 3 million information officers who are not registered and who are out there, who are processing personal information, who are dealing with access to information requests unlawfully because they are not registered. It's a big, big concern, and we're trying to find a way to resolve this. So I hope that in the room here we have institutions that are registered, representatives who are of institutions that are registered, but it's still a big problem. We have biannual report submissions. We submit the reports to Parliament, and we are required to get those submissions from different institutions. Compliance in the private sector is quite good. It's not that good in the public sector. We've raised this with the Minister of Justice when we met with the Minister, and we're trying to have engagements with the public sector institutions to improve on compliance. But we do that through the e-services portal. We have recently launched a security compromise reporting portal. That's a portal where you will report your security compromise. If there's a breach that you suffer as an institution, there's a portal that you'll use our e-services portal to report the security compromises. I think the CIO will also touch on this if he's given an opportunity, just to be brief on it, to say what is that it's going to do. And we do all these other things that I don't want to waste time on, so that we can go to the crux of our engagement with you, which are our plans. But I'm just touching on what we are doing to support the work of the regulator. We are intending in future to come up with a complaints management system. We made an attempt which we were not successful in coming up with a complaints management system. We've now moved on from that, and we have decided to develop it in-house after making an attempt to develop it from somewhere else. So we are going to do it from in-house so that it can improve on our ability to respond to complaints and register them and deal with them timely. We'll also have a system that deals with application for exemptions, application for prior authorizations, and we want also to have integration with the CIPC so that we can work together. We're not planning to use our might as regulators to come after you, but we want to utilize what they can assist us with to improve our work. And these are these are some of the initiatives. You'll appreciate that as a regulator, as we issue enforcement notices, and as we issue infringement notices, and as we make people to pay fines, they will challenge our fines, they will challenge our reports in the courts of law, and therefore we need a strong legal division, and we are trying to build one. To this end, we are recruiting professional staff. We are trying to bring in other players. But more importantly, we are busy with the health regulations. You would know that of all the regulations that were developed, the health regulations were not developed and they were not approved. We're in the process of finalizing them. They will be out for public comment very, very, very soon, the health regulations. So we'll be looking to do that. And I want to move forward that I am going to invite the program director. I'm not sure whether there are going to be questions on what I've presented, and then I'm going to invite the program director back to facilitate the question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Now it's the time for us to engage. I think I did say earlier on that the purpose of this engagement is so that we can take you into our confidence and you understand now the structure of the Information Regulator, the resources that are available. So we have an opportunity now to have our questions. And I think the colleagues are ready with their microphones. They will be coming around just to assist. I just have one small request, ladies and gentlemen. I know that our bags are now classified as assets due to the value of the bags. Can I kindly request that we put them on the floor so that we enable other people to be able to sit on the empty seats? I'm one of the culprits. I had to put my Louis Vuitton on the floor. Joking, there's no Louis Vuitton. All right, can I then request that we start with our questions and answers session? I will give you an opportunity, about 15 minutes. And I think there are other, our colleagues online, so we will also open for the questions online, and the colleagues will assist me with those questions because they are able to view them. But I will be just focusing on the questions here in the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for you to ask questions on the presentations that they have been tabled before you. There's a gentleman here from Blind SA. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Tommy Lemkiel from Blind SA. Now, as an advocacy organization focusing on the rights of blind and partially sighted people, I have a few questions. Number one, this is about representativity in your steering committee, or I think the members you call them, and in your staff complement. How many disabled people, and in particular, how many blind people do you have in your organization? Question number two, from the CEO's address, it seems to me that very much emphasis is placed on the information, on the POPIA Act, and perhaps less on the PAIA Act. As blind and partially sighted people, we have a continuous battle with access to information. And the CEO also talked about 2 or 3 portals, online portals. I wonder what effort was put in to make sure that those portals are accessible to blind and partially sighted people using screen reading software to access those portals. Because I think I can say most of the public service agencies and departments, their websites are not accessible or only partially accessible. Let me stand there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions online, colleagues? I'll just take one from line, and then there's a gentleman there at the back. There's two gentlemen. Will follow. Do you have questions online? There is one. Okay, can you read it for us?
We have one question online from John Giles. The question reads as, have you considered asking ICO or another commissioner if the regulator can use their complaints management system or software? They make it available under an open source license. It might be cheaper and quicker.
Thank you very much for the question. Two gentlemen from my left. Colleagues, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kagiso. I'm from the University of Johannesburg. So I saw that the mission of the regulator speaks about the processing of personal information and how it should be in line with the Constitution. So my question is, how does then the organization ensure compliance with relevant laws, regulations, and industry standards? And how does it review and update its compliance risk assessments and risk management framework?
Thank you very much. Is that the end of the question, sir?
Yes.
All right. I have a hand there at the back. Okay. This gentleman. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. My name, I'm going to be Mr. H for the purpose of the recording.
Privacy.
Yes, Mr. H. Thank you, CEO, for a very detailed presentation. It is really informative, and I think we really acknowledge and appreciate the work that you are doing based on the presentation that has been laid out here. So mine is to just check. I saw the future projects that you're gonna work on, but mine is to check in terms of whether the information regulator has something to do looking into the future, especially for government efficiency. That is to say that in terms of the information that government needs to function, especially which is data in general, to say, is the information regulator looking, for example, into developing what would rather be called a central database that is regulated fully by the information regulator to assist government departments to access certain information, for example, details about citizens, because I would understand that various departments will need information from for different reasons. But is there a read to just rather have a central database from the information regulator? And I guess that will also assist in terms of bridges if I believe information is accessed from one central point than it being accessed from different platforms for different departments and different reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's another question on the far right at the end.
Morning, thank you. My name is Kugan Pillay from Corruption Watch. I want to ask a question to Professor Mosala on his presentation regarding the portal breach facility. And I think I'm talking to what Corruption Watch's mandate is all about: unpacking corruption, receiving whistleblower reports, and then also bringing in Professor Mosala's own background experience at the Zondo Commission. So Prof. Mosala, is this portal that, the portal breach you talk about for breach, is that similar to a whistleblower facility? And are there mechanisms to ensure that whistleblowers can report freely and feeling protected? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The accolades to the CEO for the professorship. Well done, CEO. Do we have any other questions? Okay, there's a gentleman here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Calvin Christopher from Standard Chartered Bank. Thank you, Program Director Ms. Zulu, members of the Information Regulator. My question comes from the presentation by Advocate Weapon. Very encouraging to see the partnerships that the Information Regulator has with other commissioners, information commissioners across Africa and globally. I'm just checking if there's any updates or feedback in terms of the process of getting South Africa added to the countries considered adequate by the European Union. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Zondi, I see you have your hand up. Is there a question online?
Yes, we have Mahlomu online that would like to ask a question.
Mahlomo, you have the floor. Can you unmute her?
And Sbahle.
Mahlomo, followed by Sbahle. Can you unmute the technical team? Can you assist?
I think I kept keeping muted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You are muted. I'm not sure if you're already speaking.
But I think I am muted now. Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask the question. So my question relates to the hire request in terms of hire as well as copy. So I personally, in my personal capacity, I submitted a hire request to one responsible organization. That was a year ago. And 30 days passed as is the requirement to respond to a hire request. And I think about 3 months after that, I then lodged a complaint with the IR, and it became apparent that the organization that I had submitted the request to failed to respond to the prior request. An investigation was then initiated, and I think a month ago, the Information Regulator came back to me with a response, and the response from the responsible organization was that I had sent the prior request to an unattended email, and surprisingly, the email that they provided to me was the email that is contained on their entire manual. And my then question to the IR was, what kind of punishment or corrective measures was to be imposed on that organization for failing to meet their requirement to provide me access to my information? The response that I got from the person that was handling my case was that I could kindly note that PAD does not have any provision for a fine or punishment for not responding in time. As far as the complaint is concerned, the record has been released and we will issue out a settlement certificate. Now, my question is this: what measures or what changes is the IR going to try and implement in trying to ensure that they properly enforce higher authority OPI and ensure that responsible organizations actually take the law seriously and start putting measures in place to respond to such requests because of their critical information that most of these companies have that can be used against us. For instance, that information that I was asking about led to a fraudulent activity on my card, and the information that was the perpetrators was information that only the responsible organization had with me. So that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe there's a second question from Sbahle. Sbahle, you have the floor. Sbahle, you have the floor. technical team kindly assist. Is she muted? Shall we proceed? Okay, can you unmute yourself as Bahle? Okay, can we move to Tado then? Tado? Maybe with Bahle, she can actually write her question on the chat box. If you can't reach us, do write your question on the chat box. Can I propose that we just take the responses to these questions before we take another round of questions, because there are quite many now. We might lose the trail of the questions. So can I request that the executives will assist me together with the members and the CEO in responding? Let's start with the first question. I don't know whether Mr. Dimba and HR can be able to assist. Let's get the statistics of how many disability, the percentage of the disability of employees in the regulator. Mr. Lidwaba? Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Program Director Ms. Zulu. Let me start by greeting members of the regulator, CEO, and colleagues, as well as the stakeholders. As the regulator, we do have approved Implement Equity Plan, which is aligned to the Implement Equity Committee, Implement Equity Act, apologies. And through that plan, we have managed to recruit one staff member with disability. We will continue to strive to be at the level where we reach at least 2%, but it's work in progress. We hope that through the feeling of the current position that CEO has spoken about, we'll then be able to reach 2%. But again, just to elaborate that we are intentional in reaching the equity targets. We have also put a statement on all the advice that we are currently implementing the Implement Equity Act and Implement Equity Plan of the regulator. So this is how far we've gone in terms of appointing staff with disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lidwaba. Can I request Mr. Dimba to respond to the second question with regards to the facilities that we have in our portal to respond to the, CEO will respond to it. CEO?
Program Director, maybe I should respond to all the questions that were directed to me so that I deal with some of them. Mr. Mulaba, can you assist me with some of the questions? The one on unemployment equity, as a regulator, we want to come and say that we are not doing well. We are not going to hide that we are doing our best. We are not doing well. It's something that we have to acknowledge. It's something that we have got to be intentional about, that we need to recruit people with disabilities. Just to have 1 out of 100 people, it's a small. We're not making any dent. So we want to acknowledge that, and it's an input that we'll take home and work on. Fortunately, we are recruiting for about 40 positions, so we'll insist that we make progress on it. But there's also the one on our systems. I don't think that at the moment we've been able to procure software that assists people with disability, because there's a question that says that, do you have systems that would assist people with disability to access, especially those portals that are facing the public? And I think CIO, it's another challenge, and that's why it's important to come to stakeholder sessions like these ones, that we are also intentional about it. So we accept that we are not doing well in that front. But in terms of other areas of access, all our manuals, we've got copies in Braille. So we have all the manuals, the PAIA manual in Braille. We have encouraged the institutions that we assess to do the same. I think the issue of access is just not the issue of just going to the papers and saying we'll recruit people. We need to go to associations that help people with disabilities, that work with people with disability, to ask them to assist us in our recruitment. We will not improve if we just keep on advertising positions in papers, and we've got to be intentional and go out there and do that. So that's one question on access for people with disabilities. In our engagement, in our engagements with communities, we've got Dikopano, Mr. Timbawood, so also talk to that. We also always insist that we must provide assistance to people with disability to join our Dikopano, which is community engagement events that we hold throughout the country. So we're doing something, but I don't think it's enough. I don't think we are where we should be, and I think we should be the first one to admit that there's still a long way to go in terms of access. I'm going to check on the other questions that I need. Okay, yeah. Well, the act is clear. The Popia and PAIA are equal. We are trying to balance two rights. The right to access to information and the right to privacy as it relates to the protection of personal information. I think PAIA having been there for 20 years and Popia only coming in, there was an unintentional focus on Popia because we're developing a new piece of legislation. We're bringing in staff. But I think we now are going towards that balance. We are encouraging that more and more Popia training and workshop be conducted. We are reaching out to, PAIA be conducted. We are reaching out to many communities around the country on the access to information. So I think it was not deliberate. It's just that we were pushed by the fact that we needed to start an organization, and on the side of Popia there was nothing, but on PAIA there was 20 years of work that was with the commission. And there was a question, and let me just correct, I look like Professor Mosala, but I'm not Professor Mosala. And I never worked at the Zondo Commission. It's true that Professor Mosala worked there. I've always worked at the regulator. But I think there was a question about okay, the risk management question is we have what we call combined assurance framework that we implement in the regulator. We look at the control environment, we look at the risk management part of it, and we deal with the compliance. So we have an assurance approach to risk management, and one of our risks is a risk about, or some of the risks that we have in our risk register, enterprise risk register, about the work that we do. The work in Popia, our inability to finalize complaints is one of the risks that we have. We have a risk on security compromises that happen, our inability to respond to security compromises. So there's clearly a relationship between our risk register with the core work that we do. So we mitigate on those risks, but like I said, we've got a risk committee which also look at how we go about this. So there is a relationship between risk management and the core work of different divisions. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, there's a question on creating a central database. I think this question is a question that has been coming, and I would have been surprised if it's not asked. It's a question as to who has the authority to create a database. We are a regulator. You have government departments that collect data and they use it. Is it the regulator that must create a central database, or is it our role when a central database is created that we do our work, we apply our provisions on it? So there's this debate, and I think on the continent there's such a debate as well as, can we be the one creating a central database as a regulator? I would immediately think that it's not possible that we become a player and a referee, because we'll then create a central database and come and become the referee, come and check whether the data is protected in terms of the provisions of POPEA. You know, all that needs to be done to prevent security compromises. I think if it's created by a government, and I think maybe there's a relevant department that must think of doing that, a relevant government department of creating a central database, that the regulator will then come and look at that, evaluate, assess, and advise on whether people who are responsible for that database are doing that in accordance with the provisions of POPEA. Yeah, our protection for whistleblowers, and that's the question that comes from the gentleman who mistook me to be Professor Mosala. Yes, we are working towards having our own policy on protecting whistleblowers internally, meaning our own organizational one. I'm not sure about the one that people who need to be protected by the state in terms of coming to us and letting us know as the regulator of things that would have interest in investigating, that have everything to do with the protection of personal information. And maybe it's a question that we can raise at other forums to check whether whose responsibility it is to do that. But internally, we are working towards having this policy. We've been using the Department of Justice policy, but we are working towards having our own policy on dealing with whistleblowers. And I know it's a big ticket issue, this one, because it involves the NPA, it involves a whole lot of people. It's at another level, I think, but we will welcome an invitation to participate in it. We'll surely have whistleblowers who will come to us about information that they wouldn't want other people to know that they are the ones who've disclosed as a regulator. And all right. So the other one was the one on a complaint that we received and on us issuing out an outcome, but we were unable to provide the complainant with the assurance that we will punish the wrongdoer. And I think Advocate Madisa will deal with it. But the long and short of it is that, PAIA as it stands now, we do not have powers. We do not have enforcement powers like the ones we have in POPEA. And that's the reason why we need to amend PAIA. Because you can only do an assessment, encourage an organization to comply, But if they don't, really, you can only perhaps name and shame them. On quarterly basis, say these are the organizations that have not complied. But you cannot have fines like the ones we have in Popea where you issue a fine to them. So at this stage, the problem is the way that the act is written. It's problematic. I think for me that will be, oh, there's still, I'm
There's
trying to
one-
run away from this project.
There's one online which we can just read. Have you considered asking ICO or another commissioner if the regulator can use their complaints management system or software to make it available?
We visited the UK when we started the regulator, and they made us aware that their software is available. I am not sure whether at this stage CIO will advise, will need the advice of the CIO whether it is the route that we want to take. We tried to procure a complaints management system, like I said, and we failed. It may be one of the things that we look at as a regulator. At the moment, we are developing our own complaints management system with our own resources. We've employed people who are developers. They are working on the complaints management system. I'm not sure whether we would want to go the route of using the ICO1 or not, but it's a decision that we'll sit down and think about within the regulator. But we take it as an important input in assisting us to add to our available resources. Or I think Advocate Weapon can assist us on the update on cross-border issues. Just an update.
Yes, so the question with regards to adequacy. So the Information Regulator has made contact with two authorities. The first one is the ICO, but you must remember that the ICO is not responsible for adequacy assessment. It is the Department of Sports and Digital Arts that is actually tasked, and there is a project that is led by Dr. Robinson. So he is in contact with the Information Regulator. So what we have discussed so far is how this process will unfold. And what you should remember is that adequacy is based on those legislations that are similar. So in terms of the UK Data Protection Act and ours, we've got similar provisions, and they've got 8 principles, we've got 8 conditions. So we are confident that there could be an understanding that we are adequate or deemed adequate in terms of the UK's legislation. So what complicates this matter is that we also need to ensure that we assist the responsible parties, and this is one of the mechanisms that we use. The second one with regards to reaching out to the European Data Protection Authority. So there is a board that is responsible for assessing adequacy, and we have made contact with the board, and we are in the process of agreeing on the approach that should be followed. So those are the two authorities. With regards to the US, it's a bit of a complicated area because of how the federal government and is structured, and also how the different jurisdictions have different laws that apply. So in terms of us looking at adequacy from other jurisdictions, that is work in progress, and as soon as we have more detail, we will share that either on our website or we'll issue some type of media statement. But thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO and Advocate Weapon. I think we will move to our next section of the presentations. You're looking at it's not yet break, CEO. There is still a presentation that we need to take before we go tea break. Advocate Wiganya will be presenting the data protection and data privacy, and he is our executive of protection and of personal information, POPIA, popularly known as POPIA. Thank you very much, Advocate Wiganya.
It's not showing there, Ms. Zondi, if you can just assist us. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Zulu, the Program Director. Let me start off by acknowledging the members of the regulator that are here today, Ms. Alison Tilley, Advocate Lebogan Strom, Advocate Colin Wepod, and Mr. Mfana Gwala, and also in our midst, the CEO of the regulator, Mr. Musalanyane Musala. Let me also, colleagues, acknowledge the presence of the numerous CEOs from quite a number of entities. I see that we are in good company. There are quite a number of executives that have picked up in their room of bodies that we have previously assessed. So we are in good company, members and CEO. Let me also acknowledge your presence and thank you for your attendance. The various members of the various stakeholders are very important stakeholders. I think at the outset I would like to start off by stating that POPIA has really changed the landscape in how personal information is processed. And you would also know that the Section 14 of the Constitution relating to the right to privacy is really the cornerstone of this piece of legislation of ours called POPIA. I am the executive that is responsible for the Protection of Personal Information Act, and that slide that is depicted there is actually depicting the divisional structure. I have also in the room here the senior managers that assist me with carrying out this mandate that has been entrusted to us by the Information Regulator. We have 3 subdivisions within the POPIA division. We have the Complaints and Investigation subdivision that is headed by Advocate Zikisha, and we have the Compliance and Monitoring subdivision that is headed by Advocate Lamola, and we have the Security Compromise subdivision that is headed by Ms. Alexander. And that structure essentially just gives the support that they also have in terms of the work that they do and the numerous investigators, the number of investigators rather, that they have within the subdivision, and compliance officers and security compromise officers in each division. So I just wanted to touch on that so that it gives the context relating to the work that we do. Now, what is this work that we do as the POPIA division? We have the Complaints and Investigation subdivision, firstly, that receives these complaints relating to the processing, unlawful processing of personal information. And these complaints are received in terms of Section 7 of POPIA. And what we do is when we receive these complaints, we endeavor to resolve these complaints as quickly as possible within a period of 3 months from the time of receipt of these complaints. We classify these complaints into two. We classify them as simple complaints, and there are those that are classified as complex complaints. The simple complaints, we try to utilize dispute resolution mechanisms within that period of 3 months to finalize these complaints. And with the complex complaints, we've got quite a number of complex complaints also that come into the system. These are the ones that take longer due to the complexity of the complaint itself. For instance, and you will see in the presentation, there are some that we touch on. As that we've got Vuma Chem as an example of one of the complex complaints, and we'll touch on the others in the presentation as we go along. Now, it may happen that in the investigation of these complaints, we then have to refer these matters to the Enforcement Committee for resolution. Not all these complaints are referred to the Enforcement Committee. The CEO, Mr. Musala, has already touched on the Enforcement Committee, and I think Advocate Weapon in his presentation has touched on the Enforcement Committee. The Enforcement Committee is established in terms of Section 50 of POPIA, and I'm not going to really go into how it is constituted because the CEO has already touched on it. But essentially what it would do is that it would make a recommendation to the members with regard to the findings that what will happen is that the subdivision will conduct that investigation, and after it has conducted that investigation, that report will then be forwarded or referred to the Enforcement Committee, and the Enforcement Committee will then look at the recommendations and the findings that are in their report, and would also in turn make recommendations to the members, and the members would make a final determination on the matter. This will culminate in an enforcement notice being issued by the Information Regulator. Now, I'm not going to go into the penalties because I'm sure we are all aware of the penalties as contained from Section 100 of the Act. But more specifically, if you look at Section 109, you would know that the highest penalty that we can impose is a fine of 10 million or imprisonment of up to 10 years. Within the compliance and monitoring subdivision, the work that we do, and you heard a lot on some of the assessments that we conduct. These assessments are conducted in terms of Section 89 of POPIA. And there are two types of assessments that we conduct. We conduct these assessments on own initiative and sometimes at the request of responsible parties or data subjects. And then we also issue codes of conduct. Advocate Weapon has gone into details with regard to the code of conduct. I'm sure you are aware that we have issued a code of conduct relating to direct marketing, and we'll touch on it just a little bit in the presentation. And also applications. There are a number of applications that we process within this particular subdivision. Prior authorization applications. We also process exemption applications. And we also deal with applications related to the processing of special personal information and personal information of children and registration of information officers. I need to pause here and say the following, that when we conduct these assessments in terms of Section 89, what we do is we also, under Condition 1, we look at whether responsible parties have registered their information officers under accountability. And the CEO has already highlighted the concern that we have as a regulator, in a sense that most of the responsible parties do not register their information officers. Now, this becomes a finding when we conduct this assessment in terms of Section 89. And what we do is, after the assessment has been conducted, we will then issue a report, an interim report, and we would afford the responsible party opportunity to comment on this report that we would have drafted. And once they have commented on this, we will then incorporate the comments that will be coming from the responsible parties into the document, into the report itself, and this report will then serve before the members of the regulator, and they will make a final determination with regard to this report. In the enforcement, and you would know that in terms of Section 91.3 of POPIA, this report is the equivalent of an enforcement notice, and it would have orders in it where the responsible parties would be directed to do certain things. And then the third subdivision that we have that is headed by Ms. Alexander is the security compromise subdivision that receives the security compromise notifications in terms of Section 22. You would know that responsible parties are enjoined by the Act to report security compromises when they have security compromises that have happened. So maybe just before we get to the work of this particular subdivision, just to pause and say the fact that the challenge that we're having is that responsible parties are not sometimes reporting these security compromises. And we pick up, when we conduct these assessments, that even 6 months after the security compromise, you have these responsible parties that would come and report the security compromise. And you need to be aware of the fact that the Act is really prescriptive with regard to the fact that these must be reported within a reasonable time. And when we conduct our assessment, we will then say that, but 6 months is not a reasonable period within which to report the security compromise. When we receive the security compromise, Ms. Alexander and her team would then categorize these security compromises and would conduct this risk assessment in terms of the notification. And let me just make an example. There are once-off security compromises that a particular responsible party may experience. Apologies. You would have, for instance, a situation where an email is sent by mistake to a particular employee within an organization that contains personal information. If that is a once-off, and as a regulator, we are guaranteed that this was a once-off and you have taken measures as a responsible party to ensure that this would not happen in future, then we'll classify this as a low risk, and we will then close it and monitor the security compromise that would be within the environment, within your environment as a responsible party. We have a trend analysis that is conducted by Ms. Alexander, and the three subdivisions work together. And if we pick up, for instance, that there are quite a number of security compromises, even though you may have a security compromise being a low-risk security compromise. But if we pick up, for instance, the example that I've just made, if we pick up that you have quite a lot of these security compromises where emails are sent to the wrong people, we may then decide to go in and then conduct an assessment, because then it would be indicative of there being a problem, a systemic problem with regard to your processing of personal information. The next slide that is projected there are just the milestones of what we have achieved as a regulator. I'm not going to rehash and go into what the CEO has already said, and Advocate Weapon and Advocate Strom when they started. But suffice to say that in the very short space of time, I need to just emphasize the fact that our enforcement powers came into operation on the 1st of July 2021. And we have conducted 30 assessments across public and private bodies within that particular period. And the sectors where we've conducted these assessments are government departments and institutions, financial services, insurance and health, retail, higher education institution, telecommunications, and social media companies. And we've just lifted some of the high-profile assessments that we've conducted. I'm sure most of you would be aware that we had conducted an assessment on TransUnion. This was an assessment as a result of a 2021 security compromise that affected over 5 million data subjects, and we had then issued an enforcement notice. What the responsible party then responded to us, and we just need to finalize our ICT is analyzing the response just to ensure that the responsible party have fully complied with the order that was made by the Information Regulator. We had another high-profile assessment. We had the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. I'm sure you would have also heard of this. It was a security breach that impacted even the regulator. Remember that when we started, and the members, Advocate Weapon gave a background that when we started under the Department of Justice before eventually, and we at some point we even using the premises of the Department of Justice. Insofar as this matter is concerned, there was an infringement notice that was issued, and this was followed by an infringement notice. I always say, maybe I need to pause, and I always say, in the team that investigates within the POPIA division gets really frustrated, and the frustration stems from the fact that they say, well, we investigate, but the responsible party is given the opportunity of correcting certain things, even when there's a clear malice that is demonstrated in processing of the particular personal information. So POPIA is friendly in that particular instance, or in that particular way, because it affords you the opportunity, and only in instances where you don't comply with the enforcement notice do we then go to the next stage, which is the infringement notice, and issue the infringement notice. So in this particular instance, the Department of Justice did not comply with the enforcement notice that was issued, and this was followed by an infringement notice that was issued by the Information Regulator, and you would be aware that there was an infringement, an administrative fine of 5 million that was imposed by the Information Regulator. You would also probably be aware of the high-profile assessment that we had in relation to the Department of Basic Education, and this related to the publication of matric results in the newspapers, and specifically the examination numbers of these students. And you would also probably be aware that there was an enforcement notice that was issued, which was followed by an infringement notice of 5 million. It suffices to say that both the Department of Justice and the Department of Basic Education have challenged the Information Regulator, and this is what the CEO was talking about earlier on when he said that we do this work, and from time to time we get legal challenges as part of the work that we do. The other high-profile assessment that we conducted was an assessment on the Independent Electoral Commission, IEC, and this was as a result of an employee leaking personal information relating to candidates of various political parties. And we then issued an enforcement notice, and because there was non-compliance at that particular time, there was compliance, but it was after the deadline, the period that we had given for the responsible party, IEC, to comply with the enforcement notice. There was an infringement notice that was issued, and an administrative fine of 200,000 was imposed on IEC, which they have paid, and the matter is resolved. There have been quite a number of, and I heard earlier on that there were, even in the room, there were people that were posing questions related to direct marketing, which is a source of concern also for us as a regulator. The number of direct marketing complaints that we receive is continuing to escalate. You would be pleased to know that we've issued the first penalty, administrative penalty against FTREMS for unsolicited direct marketing via email. This was after the complainant had requested the responsible party to stop sending these messages, and this was not heeded to. We then issued an enforcement notice, and the non-compliance resulted in an administrative fine of 200,000 being imposed against the responsible party. We have ring-fenced these matters, and we'll come to the guidance note later on in this presentation. But we have ring-fenced these matters, and we have really, even within the subdivision, emphasized the need for us to process some of these matters that are now coming to the subdivision. Then we had other investigations within the complaints and investigations subdivision. We have you would remember that there was a security compromise early in 2024 on CIPC, the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, and the investigation is ongoing. But we just felt that we should just flag, we should just highlight this and just flag it. There are two investigations also that were conducted, and the two matters, one of the matters is finalized relating to SAPS 1. It was a Krugersdorp matter that related to the unlawful processing of rape victims' personal information that was allegedly committed by illegal minors that are sometimes called zamazamas. You would have you would know this this particular matter. It was reported extensively in the media. But what happened was that during the course of the investigation, the members of the South African Police Services on their WhatsApp platform disseminated personal information about these victims, their addresses, the number of times that that they were raped, even raped. And this was a matter that was then referred to the Enforcement Committee. The matter, there were certain orders that were made in the enforcement notice. The subs complied with these orders, and the matter was then finalized. We have a second matter that we have referred to the Enforcement Committee. I'm not going to go into the details of this particular matter because some of the one member, as part of the structure, one member sits on the Enforcement Committee, so I do not want to compromise the member that sits on the Enforcement Committee. Suffice to say that it related to the unlawful processing of personal information via WhatsApp. Then we had the security compromise that we're investigating that came from the Department of Department of Defense, apologies, and another investigation, security breach that came from the JD group. Apologies, I see that the FTRM's matter was actually written twice. Now, there's a guidance note. We've spoken about a guidance note. You would be aware that in terms of Section 69 of POPIA, we may issue, as a regulator, a guidance note. And we've issued a guidance note relating to direct marketing, which really outlines the legislative framework for processing of personal information for purposes of direct marketing. The next, just below the guidance note are the statistics that we have received from the 1st of April, statistics of matters that we've received from the 1st of April 2024 to date. Now, you will see that just the number of complaints that have been received there are 1,092 in the complaints and investigation subdivision. And this is the numbers of investigators as depicted on the slide that I started with. You would see that if you look at those vis-a-vis the numbers that we are receiving are really a challenge. And the assessments that we have conducted to date from the 1st of April are 11, and the exemption applications are 12. We've received 8 prior authorizations, 1 personal information of children, 1, and 4 special personal information. And the information officers that have been registered from the 1st of April to date are 17,949. And that is just a drop in the ocean on the basis of the information that we gathered from CIPC. And the security compromises, we've received an alarming number, 2,023, from the 1st of April to date. So if you look at what we are receiving, you will pick up that we really have quite a lot of work that we need to process. What is it that we want to do as the POPIA division in the 2025-2026 financial year? Insofar as the complex complaints are concerned, we want to, our target is 60% of complex complaints investigated and resolved within the prescribed timeframes. I've already highlighted that the complex complaints are investigated within a period of 12 months, and the simple complaints our target is that they be finalized within a period of 3 months. And insofar as the simple complaints are concerned, 85%, our target is 85% of the simple complaints investigated and resolved within the prescribed timeframes. And insofar as the responsible parties assessed on compliance, we want our target is 6 responsible parties to be assessed for compliance with POPIA. And these assessments ensure that organizations are meeting their obligations under the Act to protect the personal information. And we also, in terms of the interim reports on Section 89, our target is that a total of 10 interim reports on Section 89 assessments should be submitted to the members for a final determination in the 2025-2026 financial year. And insofar as responsible parties assessed upon request, our target is 40% of responsible party to be assessed upon request in terms of Section 89. I saw a question on the group, on the platform, as to how do you go about requesting this assessment. You simply complete a Form 11, if my memory does not leave me the ledge. You complete a Form 11, which is also in the, if you look at that booklet, of those that have the booklet, that Form 11 is in there towards the end of the Act there. And you would also, Advocate Weapon touched on this, that as a result of these complaints that we've been receiving, and as a result of these challenges that we're receiving so far as the processing of personal information in gated communities is concerned, we have decided on our own initiative as a regulator to develop a code of conduct for the processing of personal information by gated communities. Now, what are the challenges that what are the reasons, rather, before the challenges that we've looked at in selecting the targets, or in coming up with these targets that I've just mentioned? The first challenge is the increased number of complaints. We have a growing volumes of complaints that we receive. And the complexity, these complaints keep on getting complex, and it's getting to a point more and more, for instance, where we are using our ICT colleagues in some of these matters because of the complexities of these complaints. So that leads to longer investigation periods. And complaints against gated access, so I've already touched on this. We were receiving a high number of complaints relating to residential and business complexes in gated communities. And there's just generally non-compliance by the public and private bodies also with the provisions of POPIA. But if I can just pause and say that our assessments, when we go out for these assessments, you actually pick up that the private sector is investing more in terms of compliance than the public sector. So that is something as a regulator that is of concern to us. And obviously the other challenge behind the reasoning for these targets are the insufficient capacity to deal with these with the influx of these complaints. Now, within the divisions, the subdivisions that I've mentioned, there are quite a number of challenges that we are picking up as a regulator. And within the complaints and investigation subdivision, our first challenge is that the complainants, there's a Form 5 that we have, and the complaints are just generally struggling to complete the Form 5. But we have a responsibility to assist complainants in completing this Form 5. So that's what we endeavor to do. But most of the time, you also find that there's incorrect forms that are being submitted to the division for purposes of lodging a complaint. There's also the issue of the non-registration of information officer, where responsible parties do not register their information officer. And this is a contravention of Section 55, because you are enjoined as a responsible party to register your information officer and deputy information officers. complainants seeking remedies from the regulator that are not available, such as financial recourse. Now, most of the time, in most instances, complainants come to us, and when we try to, even mediate in dispute resolution, to try to invoke dispute resolution mechanisms, you can find out, we pick up most of the time that the complainant will say, well, if the responsible party just gives me 50,000 rand, I will withdraw this matter and I will not proceed with this matter. So we do not have, as a regulator, the legislative mandate to ensure that we endorse or we enforce that particular arrangement between the responsible party and the complainant. Non-adherence to timeframes by the responsible party. Now, most of the investigations are delayed because we write to responsible parties and we say to them, please ensure that you submit your response in terms of Section 79 of POPIA by a particular time frames, and the responsible parties don't adhere to that, so that delays the investigation. And in amending the Act, we are looking at whether we can't put in a provision that says relating to ignoring correspondence from the Information Regulator, so that we make it an offense in terms of the Act if you ignore correspondence from the Information Regulator. So that is something that we still have to propose to our principals. We have a draft of some of the the provisions that we want to amend, and the process is moving. We are at an advanced stage. In fact, our colleagues from legal, we have already highlighted some of the provisions that we want to amend and given them the necessary documentation. Incorrect complaints being referred to the regulator. Now, most of the time, the system is clogged by these complaints that should not even be considered by the regulator, but it takes time because somebody has got to go through the entire complaint and see that whether there is a contravention of POPIA, whether there is unlawful processing of personal information before being referred to the relevant regulator or the relevant body to deal with that particular complaint. Now, another one is the influx of complaints. You've picked up on the statistics as to the numbers that we are receiving of the complaints within the subdivision. Within the compliance and monitoring subdivision, obviously it's also the issue of capacity and the issue of lack of resources. Sometimes we go in and we assess a particular responsible party. And you can see the amount of effort that particular responsible party puts into ensuring that there is compliance. And most of the time, and we are encouraged by this conduct by certain responsible party, because when we go in and assess some of the responsible party, you will find a room full of colleagues at management. I mean, we've got in and I think CEO, you were on one at the Standard Bank, and you could pick up the number of executives that are sitting there. Sometimes 20 to 30 of them that try and provide the information that we request as the information regulator. I've already touched on the issue of low levels of compliance by public bodies. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, the challenge that we are still having, that we see just as is that there's still a low compliance by public bodies. Government departments, if you go in and you assess government departments, you actually pick up that the issue of compliance of POPIA is dealt with as a by the way. It's sometimes, and I started to use these words, but maybe I should use them. It's a source of irritation to comply with POPIA for some of these bodies. But within the private sector, we can see that there's a concerted effort, and the responsible parties are ensuring that they put mechanisms in place to comply with the provisions of POPIA. Then there is a lack of understanding of the role of the regulator and the failure to implement own policies. Some of the responsible parties that we assess, on paper they have very beautiful policies to comply with the provisions of POPIA. But there isn't just really an appetite, there isn't really an appetite by this particular organization to comply with those particular policies. And if they were just adhering to those policies, we would have an increased level of compliance by the responsible parties. The next one is increased litigation. The CEO has already touched on this, and the members have touched on this, that as we are anticipating that we are going to have increased litigation. As we continue to do our work, there's going to be pushback by responsible parties, and there's going to be litigation. At the current moment, we are having the DBE and the Department of Justice and WhatsApp that we are currently litigating against. And then the last one, really, under the challenges that we are picking up insofar as the compliance and monitoring subdivision is concerned, is the insufficient information that is provided in applications that are submitted to the regulator. This wastes a lot of time, because then we have to go back to the responsible party and request some of the information before a decision can be made with regard to that application that is made. Within the security compromise subdivision, increased number of cyber attacks. Now, you would all know in terms of condition 7 that you have to have, as responsible parties, adequate security measures to protect the integrity of the information that you hold as responsible parties. And when and some of these cyber attacks that we pick up and these security compromises are that there isn't really the security measures that the technical and organizational measures that the responsible parties have are not sufficient to ensure that there is no unlawful access of the personal information that they hold. And the next one is the delay by responsible parties in reporting security compromises. Now, some of the responsible parties think that they have a choice of whether or not to report a security compromise. There is no choice. Any security compromise must be reported in terms of Section 22 of POPIA. And there should not be a delay in reporting this, except in instances where law enforcement agencies are involved in accordance with the provisions of Section 22(3) of POPIA. There are too many security compromises that are as a result of human errors. And we have emphasized, even in some of the assessments, that there's got to be better training that because we pick up that the responsible parties do not have awareness sessions as provided for in the regulations, in the POPIA regulations. So if you had these awareness sessions, you would decrease the number of human errors. And then the last two, inadequate incident response plan. This is something that we've picked up in terms of this, and this is when we assess in terms of condition number 7, and the last one would be the outdated organizational and technical measures that the responsible parties have. This brings me to the end of the presentation, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Advocate Wiganyo, for a very informative session. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to request that we take a few questions before we take a tea break. And this time I'm going to request that we start online. I see there's that SK hand that has been up for a very long time. I'm not sure if it's a legacy hand or it's a current hand. Can we start with SK? Online.
We also have Emmanuel and Spahle. SK is an old hand, but we have Emmanuel and Spahle.
Okay, can we start with Emmanuel and then followed by Spahle? Emmanuel, you have the floor, sir. Kindly unmute yourself. Emmanuel? Okay, then we will move to Spahle just so that we can save time. Spahle?
This is Emmanuel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now hear you, Emmanuel. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. My question really it's not that long, but I want to ask in terms of the security compromise reporting as per the section 22, right? And as a person that deals with complaints, I understand the process and the complaint process also on our side. But what I wanted to ask is, in terms of the security compromise, like human error or a mistaken or an email sent to a person, what extent can you say it would equate to a security compromise? For example, just to bring it back home, to say maybe we send an email to a person that deals with, for example, conflict resolution on the other side, on the other party. But let's say the email does not directly go to that person. Let's say to a person that works in the same organization, right? Instead of a specific person that deals with that would be relevant to deal with the issue. I would say that would equate to a security compromise, or can we say maybe we can just let it to say because the person is in the same organization, it would be reasonably be expected that they would receive that kind of an email. I'm not sure if my question was clear.
Yes, it's very clear, Emmanuel. Thank you very much for your question. Can I request Sbahle to take the floor? Sbahle?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, my question goes to Advocate. I just wanted to find out of the 1,000 something complaints, how many of those actually entail data breaches complaints?
Thank you very much, Sbahle. Is there another question online?
Yes, just two more, just Stelo and Malu, and that's all.
Okay, Stelo, you have the floor. Stelo, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, we can take Malu and Mokibelo. Stelo will just take his hand down. So it's Malu and Mokibelo.
Okay, Malu first, and then we'll move to Mokibelo. Malu, you have the floor. Okay. Are you struggling to unmute yourself, Malu?
Now consulting. Sorry, I was just having some technical difficulties. So my yes, I have. Can you not hear me?
We can hear you. You have the floor. You may proceed. Ignore the echo. You may proceed. Okay. Malu, are you still with us? Okay, I think there's an overlap in terms of time lapse in our communication. Okay, can I rather than propose that we take the questions on the floor, we will go back online once we've sorted with our technical team these overlaps. Ladies and gentlemen, you have the floor. Colleagues, the microphones. Can I request the microphones from this side? Colleagues from the back, the microphones.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think thank you to the Information Regulator for this session. We often give a lot of complaints rather than compliments. So compliments on my end for the amount of work that has been done by this particular body in such a short amount of time. We follow you guys very closely on LinkedIn and all your pages, so we see let me stand. So we see the work that you're doing quite closely. And I think so I come from the private sector, and there's quite a lot of ways that we are seeing that we can actually assist and partner with the regulator around some of the initiatives, because we've all got the same objective around ensuring the protection and the safeguarding of personal information. I've got a number of questions, so if you'll allow me, Mazulu, to ask all of them, and then you can sift out the ones that are not necessarily important.
Can you just give me a code if you don't feel like giving us your name?
Amanda, sorry, my name is Amanda.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank
have
you.
the floor.
Thank you. So I think, Advocate Vipan, you spoke a bit earlier around international partnerships that the regulator has. You referred to the Data Protection Authority. You also referred to ISO. In respect of the approach or the strategy that has been taken by those respective supervisory authorities, they have taken an approach, a risk-based approach to privacy as opposed to a rules-based approach. Do we see POPIA as being aligned with this kind of approach within South Africa? And then I had a question around incidents, but I think Advocate Boikanyo already spoke quite strongly around incidents, security compromises, but just to pose a question around the approach that's been taken by the regulator on this, is there any consideration around a qualitative approach when it comes to Section 22 security compromises, given the limited resourcing and the capacity of the regulator to actually attend to some of the especially low-risk incidents? Is there any capacity or any considerations around taking a qualitative approach to the types of incidents that we're expecting institutions to report on? And then I think Mr. Masola referred to doing small things in a big way a bit earlier on. And it goes back to my first points that I started off with. Partnerships with the other sectors or industry bodies have been quite instrumental with some of the other regulators around ensuring things like awareness, etc. Is this a consideration by the Information Regulator? And as part of your strategy, is there any initiatives that are looking at partnering with industry bodies and the like? I think I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Amanda. There was a gentleman this side as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gift Makeke. I would like to ask my question in a form of a scenario. So firstly, I want to focus on compliance and monitoring. Advocate Boikanyo mentioned that he was reiterating what the CEO said earlier on, that it's important for information officers to be registered. So my question is that when there's an organ of state, a branch of state, for instance, like a bursary program, which has administrators, are those administrators supposed to be registered individually as information officers? And then in an event when a service provider, for instance, like there's a student accommodation, which is a service provider and is accredited by the institution, therefore it becomes a third party as far as the information of the bursars are concerned. And when in instances whereby the service provider wants to ensure that, okay, indeed these bursars are funded by that bursary, so you'd find in most instances they will be told that in terms of POPIA, you're not allowed because you are a third party to inquire on behalf of that student. And as a result, they get compromised and they have financial implications in that sense, because you'd find that some bursars, they will have fraudulent letters to say, okay, they were indeed funded, but as a matter of fact, they were not. So that service provider, as a result, accommodate somebody who does not have bursar, but they were under the impression that this person indeed has bursar. So I know this is a section on POPIA. I know there's the next session on access to information, but then how does the information regulator practically like or strive that balance as far as the service providers are concerned or the corporate sector is concerned, so that they don't get compromised and incur financial losses in that regard? And in an instance like that, because Advocate Bukanyo mentioned like the time frame, like it takes 6 months and it takes a lot of time. And you find that if, let's say, they make that complaint, and it might happen that it might be in the next academic year or in the next financial year. So how does the regulator deal in cases with cases like that? Thank you.
Thank you, Gift. There's a hand, just, yeah.
Good morning to the regulator and to all my colleagues. First and foremost, a huge extension of gratitude to the regulator for this platform. I think these are things that we can do that really help us align to the kind of engagement we need around privacy in this jurisdiction. And so we move towards aligning with international standards in this regard. So a huge thank you if it's are duly noted. I have 2 questions, interrelated, and I'll start with the first one. I think it was very comforting to hear that efforts are being made towards a guidance node around the transport of flow of information. What I would like to understand is, of course, seeking an adequacy decision is one aspect of the leg, which would allow the free flow of data between, for example, the UK and the EU, both of which have similar but different sort of regimes in this regard. In terms of our Section 72, which does recognize binding agreements as a way to legalize a transfer of personal information, of course, jurisdictions such as the UK have the international data transfer agreements, and then in the EU you have standard contractual clauses, both regimes which have undergone significant change over the last few years. From a South African context, in the conceptualization of this guidance note and this area of the law, has the information regulator engaged with the idea of a specific set of South African standard contractual clauses that can solve for the outbound flow of information from South Africa to other jurisdictions, given that we may not have, you know, a whitelist, as it were, of jurisdictions that we deem adequate, because that is quite an assessment to make. Is that something that we can anticipate in the future, given that, of course, we can leverage on the international agreements that currently exist in this regard, but there are nuances that POPI has that, for example, the GDPR doesn't. And that will, I'll use to segue into my second question. Second question being around, of course, it's great to hear that the information regulator has these kinds of engagements with international bodies like the ICO and other supervisory authorities. What I'd be keen to understand is, in the context of these engagements, I think there's one particularity that POPI has that, for example, the GDPR and UK Data Protection Act doesn't have, is its scope of application. Now, of course, POPI provides for application not only to natural persons, but also to juristic persons. And I think this is an area that can sometimes present difficulties when trying to harmonize the 2 regimes, or 2 in terms of the UK /EU and then the South African regime. Has this come up in those engagements, in that how do we harmonize the fact that POPI's scope of protection is larger or broader than under many other international jurisdictions, which makes it difficult when engaging with third parties in those contexts, because under those jurisdictions, you don't necessarily need to extend protection to juristic persons the way we do in South Africa. But thank you for the platform, appreciate it.
If I may just have your name or the name of the organization.
Sure. I'm Farah from the private sector. Thank you.
Good morning again. My question is based on, since we're living in the 4th industrial revolution, so does the regulator have measures in place to address the evolving data protection and privacy landscape? particularly with regard to artificial intelligence and biometric technologies.
Thank you for the question. I think we've taken all the questions on the floor. Do we still have questions online? Oh, another question, my apology. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Morning, everyone. My name is Priscilla from Social Development in Limpopo. I just want to give a comment and a question on the issue of government not complying with regard to the two acts and not giving them enough attention. I'd like to indicate, as it has been said, that it's just something to comply on because it's not prioritized. There are no dedicated officials. It's just an additional responsibility to somebody who's having a lot to do. So if maybe IR can assist, since you are reporting at Parliament, that may they have a dedicated section, maybe with 1 or 2 officials who are responsible in ensuring compliance in these 2 acts. Because we're even expected to go out and even capacitate our own stakeholders as public departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions online, colleagues? All right, because we have a lot of questions, I think we can start with the responses. Advocate Wiganyo and other executives that are involved in the legislation, in this, Advocate Mahopa Madisa, you will also assist in responding, and I think the members with cross-border information, Member Tilly with regards to AI, I think, colleagues, please, you have the floor. Shall we start with Advocate Wiganyo?
Thank you very much, Ms. Zulu. I will also invite some of the senior managers that are here within the division just to field some of the questions that have been asked. Maybe if I was to firstly answer Sibatle's question, it relates to complaints and whether the 1093 are inclusive of data breaches. You'll remember, Sibatle, that in the presentation, we had the security compromise statistics also. So that this 1093 will not necessarily include the security compromises that have been reported. But after an assessment, you may have a situation where the security compromise division refers to the complaints and investigation unit matters that are to be investigated. I don't think, and Mrs. Alexander will come in and confirm, I don't think that the numbers would exceed 20 of the complaints that have been referred to the complaints and investigation subdivision to investigate. So the 1093 will not necessarily, is not necessarily inclusive of the security compromise numbers. There's a question, and maybe Ms. Alexander will invite you to come in here. There's a question that is asked by Amanda relating to the qualitative approach. We know that, we all know that the qualitative approach entails us looking at, the risk assessment, the threat analysis, the vulnerability assessment, the impact assessment, and the contextual consideration. Now, in the assessments of these complaints, maybe Ms. Alexander can come in and explain very shortly and very briefly as to how these assessments are conducted when we receive a security compromise notification, and maybe just touch on the risk-based approach to privacy. Some of these are policy decisions, and the members can then weigh in on some of the policy decisions that we have not taken as the regulator. But maybe just before Ms. Alexander comes in, whilst I still have the floor, Program Director, Gift asked the questions relating to the registration of information officers. And the information officers are supposed to be registered in terms of Section 55, as I've said. And accounting officers, ideally accounting officers, should be registered as information officers. But you may then have deputy information officers that are also appointed to support the information officer. The second leg of your question relates to operators. And you need to then have an operator's agreement with a particular organization and ensure that in terms of the agreement that you will have, the operator's agreement, you have to ensure that the technical and organizational measures of that particular responsible party are on par or even better than that of the responsible party. Through you, if I can invite Program Director, Mr. Alexander, just to weigh in and just break down the assessment, how these assessments are conducted so that it provides context.
Thank you, Advocate Biganye. Before I give Ms. Alexander the floor, I just want to acknowledge the presence of our chair who's just walked in, Chair of the Information Regulator, Advocate Tlhakula. Chair, hi. Thank you very much, Chair. Can I request Ms. Alexander then to assist us with the responses to the questions? Ms. Alexander?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Joy Alexander. I'm the Senior Manager for the Security Compromise Division within the Information Regulator. I think just a little bit of context is required in terms of the risk assessment. As we're a relatively new subdivision, what we are seeing is people reporting security compromises and not necessarily having an understanding of what a security compromise is and what personal information is. So that assists us in picking up on the trends and identifying how we need to deal with responsible parties going forward. Having said that, when we look at a security compromise, we consider any number of factors. We consider, for instance, the number of data subjects affected. If it's lower than a certain number, one would think that it would be automatically low risk. However, we have had instances where one person has been affected, and because of the security compromise, which seems low, people have been assaulted. I've had a number of cases like that. But nonetheless, moving on from that, you might look at the kinds of information that is being shared. In some instances, it might be just an email address which is available publicly. In other instances, that might be abused for phishing purposes, which then affects your organization. We would look at whether or not things like bank accounts are being affected. You might recall that there are certain offenses that are specific to account information. We look at the ease of identification, whether there's special personal information involved, medical history, criminal history, economic. We look at whether or not children are impacted. So there's quite a number of factors that we would look into, including how much you could combine that information and then use that to either defame somebody, to steal their identity, to impact their financial status, their ability to apply for jobs. All of those sorts of things start to have an impact on the data subject. So what we then do when we take a number of those factors into consideration, we look at what the severity is, should the compromise actually eventuate, and then we look at what is the likelihood. So in the example that we've seen previously, you send an email to one person, it's actually meant to go to another person. What is the likelihood that something is going to occur? Probably in that instance low. But if that information was taken by an employee who's deliberately trying to sabotage or trying to commit corporate espionage, those sorts of things, that then starts to impact them. So there isn't a single answer. We have to look at the totality of the information and then make a determination of whether that is negligible, low, medium, high risk, and major and catastrophic. And on that basis, we then make a determination on how to risk rate the security compromise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alexander. I'm not sure if the question on partnership with other sector bodies has been responded to, Advocate Biganye. CEO?
Thank you very much. In terms of our relationship with other regulators, we are part of a sort of a forum of regulators where we participate, but we even entered into formal partnerships where you share resources, where you you work together, written partnerships. We're actually working on a framework that would begin to define partnerships, because some partnership would need you to really be guided by a framework. If it's a partnership that involves resources mobilization together, I mean, what does it, what is that you should do, you shouldn't do? So we would want to be guided by a framework. But we are also saying that, we are learning from, practices internationally on the continent where certain jurisdictions have, really made their work very, very light because of the partnerships they have with, for example, the private sector, the NGOs, and so on. So partnerships are important, but I think the starting point for us is just to have a framework that will guide these partnerships. A lot of partners are knocking at our doors, I must say, and we've been slow in responding to this. And it's one of the things that I've said to Mr. Dimba, that we should fast track this coming financial year to have a framework quickly and to begin to engage with partners with the aim of working together, mobilizing resources together, and also have exchange programs. Sometimes you need partnership to have these exchange programs. So that's what we will be doing in the financial year. Thanks.
Okay, then there's a few more questions, I think, with regards to trans-border questions. Advocate Weapon, if you can just assist us with that, the leveraging on the international agreements.
Yeah, that's a very important question. Good morning, Chair. So international agreements, the regulator will unpack and see if really we are going to look at some standard contractual clause in future, but also parallel to that, as I've mentioned earlier, pursue the issue of obtaining adequacy so that we can then assist responsible parties instead of responsible parties going on their own to try and interpret adequacy and complicate the whole situation. So I think those are very good points, but the regulator is in the process of unpacking the whole of 72 and coming up with some type of a position and a framework. But I think in due course, as soon as we're ready, we'll communicate the outcomes of those as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Weapon. I think with regards to IR, does the regulator have enough resources? Ms. Tilly, if you can assist us with the response. The resources. The chair is thinking it's the CFO's issue.
No, I think the question I'm answering is around AI, right? And the regulator's view there. And I think our view has shifted a little, given the developments internationally and locally around AI, it seems like regulators are now, as data protection authorities, being asked to step up and look at the way in which personal information is used and abused in order to generate AI models and decisions. And of course, Poppy tried to anticipate that to some extent by saying that where there is automated decision making, you need to have a human in the loop. That's one element of it. And obviously we can continue to look at that section and its implementation. But I think we are now of the view that as a data protection authority, we are going to have to engage with the question of AI and how to make sure that when people's personal information is used in decisions, that it is used in a way which is consistent with the Act.
Thank you, Ms. Tilly. I think I can also try to respond to the issue of the resources and the adequacy thereof. The CEO did indicate the budget of the Information Regulator earlier. He indicated in this current, financial year for us ends on the 31st of March, we had 110 million, which 70% of it goes to compensation of employees, meaning salaries. And the 30% of that goes to our other operations, which is goods and services, where we can develop systems and implement systems that are going to assist us. So we're very thin on that. And part and parcel of the reason of this engagement is so that, knowing that our resources are very limited, we need your partnership in actually developing the processes and controls that will adequately address our issues. So we need to partner with you as our stakeholders in order for us to supplement for our budget deficiencies that we do know that we have, and we do know that we'll continue to have, because the country's economic situation and financial situation is not stabilizing at this point. So I think in the nutshell, what we are saying is that it's a joint effort in order for us to deal with some of the issues, especially with the emerging risks that are brought by the artificial intelligence. It's a new area, and obviously we have to allocate resources into assisting ourselves with it. But we will need your partnership and collaborations in order for us to develop controls around this area. I hope I've adequately addressed the issues of resources. And there's one comment from Priscilla. I don't think it was a question per se, but her request is that the reason why government departments are not complying is because they don't have adequate resources to deal with the issues of POPIA and PAIA. So the request is that when we go to Parliament, we request that they look into the resourcing of this area so that they have capacity that is allocated within the organizations to deal with this area of the work. Because they are, right now, how it's currently dealt with is that somebody who has their responsibilities also given this as an additional responsibilities, which is why perhaps it will answer one of the questions that was asked online as to why there's no responses from the government departments. It's because of the lack of that capacity to respond. So it would take forever to get the responses that we are looking for. I think for now, ladies and gentlemen, if we can just take a 15 minutes break, and then we will come back, just pause for tea. I know we've run a little bit behind schedule. We're supposed to take our tea break at 11:15. So it's 10 to 12 now. We'll be back at 12:05. Just a 15 minutes break. Thank you very much. Can we settle down? Ladies and gentlemen, can we settle down, please? Yes, isn't it? It said 5:12. Now it's 10. I gave us 5 minutes. Do you need a break? No, I just need to ask them something. Okay, go.
Please take a photo of Miss Alison Tilly. We want to post a social media. We need a photo of Miss Tilly. Can she come and stand there?
Miss Tilly?
Must I look serious? Oh, I blinked. Is that okay? Did I blink? I blinked in the wrong.
Can we settle down, please? Ladies and gentlemen. Can we settle down? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of the session. Can we settle down? Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the refreshments. We are now proceeding with our program, and Advocate Mahwedi Makgopa Madisa is going to be the next to present the right of access to information. So I think there's been a lot of questions around this that were coming online as well as in-house. So if I can just request that you remind us of those questions during the session so that the colleagues can be able to respond to your questions. Advocate Makgopa Madisa, you have the floor.
Program Director, Ms. Zulu, thank you for this opportunity. The Chairperson of the Regulator, Advocate Pensi Tlakula, members of the Regulator, Member Tilly, Member Strom, Member Wepond, and Member Gwala, the CEO of the Regulator, Ndate Musala and Musala, executives, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good day. How dumelang? You know, I was taught that when you greet people, they must respond. So if you don't respond, I force you to. I am going to be talking to you about our plans as the promotion of access to information. But I just want to start by saying, as we commemorate the Human Rights Month, it's important that we remind each other that the right of access to information is enshrined by the Constitution. And when exercising or when doing our work as information officers and deputy information officers, we must always remember that this right is enshrined in the Constitution. And it is important for people to be informed, because when people are informed, our society will be better, or our country will be a better place. I can give an example of what is happening currently in the country with the water issue that we are facing, especially in Gauteng. You know, if people are well informed of what is happening, what are the challenges, we won't have as much complaints, because the community around us will be knowing what is happening and the reasons affecting the access to water, or the limited access to water. Following in the footsteps of my colleague, Ms. Advocate Wiganyo, we have prepared a presentation on the promotion of access to information division, starting with our organogram or our structure in the division. We are led by an executive, and currently it's myself in an acting position. And this program has got two subdivisions, namely the complaints and investigation subdivision, as well as the compliance and monitoring subdivision. So this is the organogram within the division, and I am pleased to inform you that from the 40 positions that the CEO spoke about earlier this morning, we have received our bid. You will see from our structure that we have new positions that we will be filling in the next financial year. So the two subdivisions that we are talking about are led by senior managers. So we have a senior manager in compliance and monitoring. We also have a senior manager responsible for complaints and monitoring. And then they are supported by senior complaints and investigation officers, as well as senior compliance and monitoring officers. Then we have our compliance and complaints and investigation officers. In terms of what we do as a program or a division within the regulator, like I have indicated, that the right of access to information is enshrined by the Constitution. So the Promotion of Access to Information Act was developed or enacted to give effect to that right. So as a program within the regulator, it is our responsibility to ensure the effective promotion, protection, monitoring, and implementation of the constitutional right of any information held by the state and any information that is held by any other person and that is required for the protection or exercising of any right. What does this mean? It means that as a member of the public, you have a right of access to information held by anybody within the Republic of South Africa. But I want to indicate that insofar as the state is concerned, when one requests for access to information, they do not have to indicate a right that they want to access or to exercise. But in terms of private bodies or any other person, you then have to indicate the right that you want to exercise or protect. That's why you would see the last bit of the purpose of our program says that for the exercise or protection of any right. So if you want information from a private body, you have to indicate which right is it that you want to protect. So in terms of the two subdivisions that we have, firstly, the complaints and investigation subdivision is responsible to receive and investigate complaints about refusal of access to information. So when a member of the public or any interested person has sent a request for access to information to a body and that request is rejected or access to the records is refused, you can lodge a complaint with the regulator. And what is important is to also indicate that when you request for access to information from a body, it has to be using the prescribed form. It's Form 2, it's part of the PAIA forms in the regulations. So it's important that when you request records, you use that. We encounter instances where maybe legal professionals or legal practitioners write letters to bodies requesting for access to records, and then they later lodge complaints with us saying that we have requested the records, but they have been refused. So in that instance, we will then say to you, go back and submit the request using the prescribed form, because PAIA says we can only process complaints if a request was lodged using the prescribed PAIA form. So that is very much important. So in terms of complaints and investigations, we also facilitate access to records through mediation and complaints and conciliation of complaints. So in terms of our processes, and in order to fast track the resolution of complaints, we try to mediate complaints before we can go into a full investigation. So that is one of the activities that we conduct under the Complaints and Investigations Subdivision. We also liaise with complainants as well as the bodies against whom complaints are lodged. And what do we mean by this? After receiving a complaint, we notify a body concerned to say, we have received such a complaint against yourselves. Can you please respond to this complaint within this period, so that we are able to determine as to whether we can settle that complaint earlier by facilitating access to the records, or maybe the body will then respond indicating the reasons for their refusal of access to records. And on the other hand, we also respond to the complainant and say, we have received your complaint, it is receiving attention, and as and when there's a need for exchange of information or additional information from the complainant, we also do that. And then we also draft and issue investigation reports with recommendations to the relevant bodies. What happens is, after we conclude a complaint, we draft an investigation report. And once we draft an investigation report, we share it as a preliminary report with the body as well as the complainant. But then there's also the process that Advocate Wiganyo alluded to earlier on, to say we send this report to the Enforcement Committee for processing, after which they will then make a recommendation to the members for a final determination. So when we have investigated your complaint and issued a preliminary report, it's still a preliminary report until such time that it comes back from the Enforcement Committee with an enforcement notice. And just to also share with colleagues that, you know, at times people want to publish or make public the findings in the preliminary report. So we always say, please wait until such time that the complaint is finalized through the Enforcement Committee and members process before you can communicate the findings with whoever that you want to communicate with. So the second subdivision is the compliance and monitoring, which is responsible to look at compliance by bodies with the provisions of PAIA. So in this subdivision, we conduct compliance assessments. We can do so at our own initiative or upon a request by a member of the public or even information officers themselves. So what happens is, in terms of the own initiative assessments, on an annual basis, we identify sectors that we will be assessing for that particular financial year. So we then plan accordingly to say, for quarter one, this is the sector that we'll be looking at, and until quarter four. But what is also important is to indicate that we make sure that every financial year we go to both the private and the public sector when we conduct our assessments. In terms of the upon request assessments, this is where a member of the public writes to us as the regulator to say, I would want you to go and assess this body. They are not compliant with PAIA in terms of 1, 2, 3 aspects. Then we accept those assessments, but they must also be submitted using the prescribed Form 13. So when you want the regulator to go and conduct an assessment in terms of PAIA, you fill Form 13 and submit it to us. Then we will then look at the aspects that you want us to go and assess, and then if they fall within the mandate of the regulator or the jurisdiction of the regulator, then we'll then go and assess. And then once a report is finalized, it's shared with both the body and the requester. So we also monitor implementation of the recommendations made in the assessment reports, as well as the enforcement notices emanating from the investigation process. So this is one of the activities that we conduct in compliance and monitoring, to look at whether bodies that have been assessed do comply with the recommendations that were issued in the assessment report. And then we also look at whether bodies that have been investigated and issued with enforcement notices comply with the conditions issued in the enforcement notice within the prescribed time frames. We then receive annual reports on how bodies process requests for access to information. Section 32 of PAIA requires that public bodies must, on an annual basis, report to the regulator on how they are processing requests for access to information, and Section 83, subsection 4 applies to private bodies. So we collect this information from this division, and then on an annual basis, what happens is we issue a notice at the beginning of every financial year inviting submissions of annual reports. And the CIO has made life easy for us now. We no longer receive those reports manually. When the CEO presented earlier, he presented the e-services portal indicating the services that you can get from that portal. So these annual reports are submitted on the portal itself. We always receive emails from bodies attaching the statistics and all that. So you can take the message home today that we're no longer receiving annual reports manually. It's submitted on the portal itself. In terms of the template, it's actually a questionnaire as aligned to the questions in Section 32 and Section 83 of PAIA to say how many requests have you received, how many have you processed, how many have you granted or refused. So that is the template. You just have to fill in the statistics there for us to be able to compile when we do our report to Parliament at the end of the financial year. So in terms of our milestones as the PAIA division, in the previous financial year, the 2023-24 financial year, we're able to resolve 8 complex complaints. And complex complaints are those that are finalized within a period of 12 months. So we were able to deal with 8 and referred 8 investigation reports to the Enforcement Committee for processing. In terms of simple complaints, we managed to conclude a total of 338. And just to indicate that in terms of simple complaints, this would be those that are finalized within 3 months, some of which may be finalized through mediation and conciliation, some of which may be finalized maybe after the pre-investigation process, and some we might have closed due to issues of jurisdiction. So we managed to complete 338 complaints. Then for compliance and monitoring assessments, we were able to conduct 108 assessments, and these were conducted in the political party sector, universities, national and provincial departments, and JSE listed companies. So these are the sectors that we looked at in the 2023-24 financial year. Then in terms of the assessments that were conducted upon request by members of the public, we were able to conclude 75 assessments, and this cuts across. It may be from public or private sector, because these are those that we receive from members of the public. And now, in terms of what we plan to do in the new financial year, that is the 2025-26 financial year. For complaints and investigations, we have two indicators, one dealing with investigation of simple complaints, and the other one dealing with investigation of complex complaints. And we have targeted 70% for those two indicators. But that does not mean we are only going to be doing 70%. The 70% is for reporting purposes, to say when you measure our performance, at least we ought to have achieved 70%. But we are going to be looking at all the complaints that we will be receiving in the 2025-26 financial year. And there is a new indicator that we introduced for the 2025-26 financial year that talks to facilitating or resolving complaints through settlements or conciliation. And for this, we have targeted 70%. So, and I think maybe I should also indicate that for these indicators that we are targeting percentages, it's because the denominator cannot be determined at this stage. We do not know how many complaints we may receive in the new financial year. That's why the targets thereof are in percentage forms than the number form that I'll be talking to next. So for compliance and monitoring, in terms of our own initiative assessments, we are targeting a total of 80 bodies to be assessed, and both in the public and private sectors. And we are targeting to conduct 70% of assessments that will be receiving from the members of the public. So this also talks to or is similar to the complaints one, because we do not know the number of requests that we may receive for us to go and assess bodies. That's why we are then targeting 70%, to say when you measure our performance, at least we are ought to have achieved 70% of the total that we would have received in the financial year. And then in terms of monitoring of recommendations that are issued in the assessment reports, we intend to achieve 100% here. We want to look at whether all the bodies that we have assessed have complied with the recommendations that we have issued as the regulator. And I think the message earlier was sent to colleagues that there is that gap in so far as enforcement is concerned, in so far as it relates to PAIA. We are unable to impose any sanctions for non-compliance even after issuing recommendations. But what we do is that we monitor on a regular basis what bodies are doing with our recommendations, and we ensure that we maintain that relationship, and in the private sector, I can guarantee you that, immediately after we conduct an assessment, by the time we come back to the office, we would have received progress report to say, with this is what we are doing. We are still struggling with the public sector, but hopefully we will get it right. Then we have a new indicator wherein we intend to publish annual assessment report. This report will be telling the public the number of assessments we've conducted, the bodies that we've conducted, and their performance following the assessments. So from now going forward, we will be issuing the annual assessment reports, and it is in our APP. In terms of our contribution towards the strategic plan as the division, firstly, our first contribution is to uphold the right of access to information. So our work basically contributes to ensuring that the right of access to information is protected and that there is fairness, you know, when bodies are dealing with requests for access to information, because at times we find that information is unreasonably denied, you know. So that is one of the contributions from us as a division. Secondly, we also monitor compliance with PIA requirements insofar as it relates to the obligations of the information officer and deputy information officers, one of which is to develop a PIA manual. Colleagues earlier on spoke about a PIA manual that was not updated in a particular body. So when we conduct our compliance assessment, that is one of the things that we look at, whether the PIA manual has been updated, whether the deputy information officer has been properly designated or delegated, because the Act says that when you delegate a deputy information officer, it has to be in writing. So those are the things that we also look at when we conduct our assessments. So our planned activities for 2025-26 financial year, we believe that they will enable the regulator to achieve its mandate and its objectives. In terms of our challenges as the division and maybe lessons learned from the work that we do. Firstly, we have limited resources, and that's why you will see that we only target a total of 80 bodies because we do not have sufficient financial resources and human resources to go to more than 80 bodies in a year. And at times we encounter unrealistic expectations from complainants. You know, when complainants send complaints to the regulator, they have an expectation of how their complaint should be resolved. And at times when we reject, or maybe when we say, no, it is okay, the body can retain the records that you requested, then the complainants then start thinking that we are you know, useless or not helping in them access to the records. Then the next challenge that we are encountering is bodies utilizing incorrect PIA forms to process requests for access to information. Like I've indicated, a PIA form has to be on the prescribed form 2. So we have observed that most or some of the bodies have not yet updated the forms because the old PIA form A is no longer applicable, but you find information officers or deputy information officers having processed requests for information on the old forms. Then it becomes difficult for us because when it comes to us as a complaint, we then therefore cannot accept such a complaint because the form that was used is incorrect. So that is another challenge that we have observed in the division. The delays in responding to notices by information officers or deputy information officers. You know, when we issue notices for assessment, some bodies don't respond at all. We even have to drive those that are at least in our vicinity or around Gauteng. At times we drive there just to deliver a notice because we would have sent a notice by email, but there would not be a response at all. And non-adherence to timelines is a challenge as well. You know, when we issue our assessment reports or our notices after receiving a complaint, we request bodies to respond to us within a particular time frame, But information officers and DIOs fail us in that area. They don't respond within the prescribed time frames. The low level of compliance by public bodies, this is a thorn in the flesh, and we try by all means to support bodies from our division following the assessment, even during the monitoring process, but public bodies still fail to come to the party in so far as compliance is concerned. I can refer to the provincial bodies that we assessed last financial year. They are yet to address all the issues that we've raised, and we have been making follow-ups, but there's no movement at all. The issue of cooperation from bodies during scheduling of assessments is also a challenge for us. Bodies at times want to push the ball, you know, as and when you send them the notices, they want to refer you to later days, or they want to tell you that they are not ready for an assessment, or some even try to just comply malicious. You know, you get there and after forcing that you are coming, whether they like it or not, then they just put something together for them to give to you. So what we encourage is that if you do not have processes in place, it's important to be open with us so that we are able to assist you in complying. More especially because most of our processes, especially the assessment processes, are documented, and we also have templates to guide you in doing that. So if you do not have a manual, if you are open with us to say we do not have a manual, we are able to provide you with the template so that it guides you on how to put together your manual and that you are compliant with the requirements of PIA. The verbal delegation of deputy information officers. We get to bodies at times conducting an assessment, and when we come to this requirement, they'll tell you that, yes, I have been delegated. When you say, where is the letter? They do not have a designation or delegation letter, but they tell you that, no, the CEO verbally told me that I am the deputy information officer for the organization. So it's important that when we designate or delegate deputy information officers, we do that in writing, because that's what the Act prescribes. And the issue of members of the public requesting us to conduct assessments on aspects that are outside our mandate, this is also a challenge, because when we respond to say no, but this is outside of our mandate, members of the public are aggrieved, but we do encounter this a lot. At times you find people requesting us to assess personal information, like or personal bank accounts, or accounts of trusts and all that. So those are outside of our mandate. We cannot look into them as the regulator. The bodies keeping outdated information, like the manual on the website, and this was also raised earlier on. So this is a challenge. We have observed it during our assessment, and we encourage bodies that we need to update our manuals as and when changes happen within the organization. We have encountered situations where, you know, information officers' details or the names that are in the manual are people who are deceased by now. So it's important that when people leave, or the responsible people leave the organization, then we update the PIA manual accordingly, because the PIA manual of an organization is actually the Bible, because members of the public can go through your manual and get to know a lot about the organization. What is it that you do? If you are a public body, what services can they get from you? How do they contact you? And such information. So on that note, CFO, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mahopa Madisa. Now it's the session of questions. I'm going to start here in-house before we go online. Colleagues, please be ready with your microphones. do we have any questions? And I know some of the questions have been asked, but perhaps if you just want emphasis on a particular point, you may ask the question again. There's a gentleman here from Blind SA.
Program Director, let me, I don't think this is exactly in the scope of PAIA or the way it is being done at this stage. I want to talk about public information held by government or by private, any organization. And I will give you two examples. One, let's talk about Arieng or Rea Vaya bus timetables. The other one is when you buy medicine, inside the box you will find a piece of paper with all the dangers of using the medicine on it. Now these two examples, and there are a myriad of them. These things are not available in accessible formats for blind and partially sighted people. I don't even know if it will be possible to use PAIA to get that type of information in an accessible format. But I think this is a wider discussion as to it's actually a systemic denial of equality, the equality rights of blind and partially sighted people. And I think as the information regulator, this could possibly become part of your plate. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. There's a gentleman just behind the lady, so. Is it a question or you are offering the microphone back? No, it's a question. Okay, you have the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Shelly Mpahlele. Advocate, thank you so much for your detailed presentation. It indeed tells a story in terms of your performance under PAIA. My question is with regard to Section 57 and Section 58 of PAIA, the extension and the deemed refusal. If you use Section 57 to request extension, and you only receive requested information 2 days after 60 days, especially if you are a big organization with a complex mandate. I just want to check the flexibility of the information regulator. Do you proceed to provide access after that 2 days, or alternatively, are you able to be in a position to, agree with the requester that we are aware that the 60 days has lapsed? However, we are requesting that you give us 3 to 4 more days. So I just want to check if the timeframes and the flexibility of the information regulator, whether the timeframes are absolute and negotiable, or there's a room for flexibility, especially if the intention of the organization at the time, it is to provide access. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a gentleman here next to
her. I don't know, is it still morning? Good day, everybody. My name is Freddie from Right to Know. My question, actually, it's just a short one, to say the access to information as enshrined by the Constitution is available for all of us, but we find ourselves as the poor and the marginalized, finding ourselves to attach the access to information to price. So my question is, as Right to Know, what are initiatives that you are taking to make sure that people from Fume who hasn't been having water for the longest time, or less than 60 kilometers away from us in Tsakane, people who hasn't been having water, how can they use those channels to actually hold the government accountable, to understand what, excuse my language, the heck is wrong with the water supply with the municipalities? So That's my question, that this information that we're getting here, how do we get it to the ground, to the people that desperately need this information? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a gentleman just behind you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Isaac Menaar. I wonder if you can tell us a bit more about the Information Regulator's plans to work on PAIA legislation in terms of bringing it in line with, for instance, African proactive disclosure standards, making it fit for purpose in the digital age, looking at quite a lot of issues that need quite urgent updates to make it possible for people to find information also online. If you can just tell us a bit more about your plans for PAIA reform and the time frames. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. There's two more questions just behind you as well. The gentleman.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Moloko Waleshohotla. I've got an issue with regard to the appeal fees. Remember, when people are making requests, they pay a request fee of 100 Rand. And now when they make an appeal, that's where the act is very silent. The regulations are silent. And I've been asking this question, I think in every meeting that we have, the question is not answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. There was another gentleman at the back.
Good day once more. My name is Tsietsi Kekana from Corruption Watch. My question is mainly on the clarity of paying for information. So in an instant where a whistleblower comes through on the report with full information or other evidence, do I then have to pay for the very same information in order for us to actually host an investigation, or do I continue investigating without paying since I have the information? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions online, colleagues, so that we can just add them in this round? Ms. Shelembe? Okay, we need a microphone so that everybody can hear the question.
Thank you, Chair. We've got a question from Abongile Nkamisa in relation to PAIA. The regulator is also tasked with adjudicating complaints relating to PAIA access to information requests. Can the public expect to see a database published by the Information Regulator on some of the prevailing issues that civil society faces when trying to access information mandated by PAIA?
There is another one. One more.
Okay.
Chair.
All right.
CFO. There's one more, sorry, that just popped up from John Giles.
Okay.
In which sector or industry do you plan to do the 80 PAIA compliance assessments?
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Zondi. There we have a lady here. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My question is on the portal, and it's regarding the fact that if you log in to submit an annual report, you are able to see the annual report of other entities that have also voluntarily put them up. So I'm just wondering if that's a design feature or if that's a glitch on the system. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much for your questions, ladies and gentlemen. Colleagues, if you can assist with the questions, I think we've taken all the questions. We've captured all of them. Let's start with the first question. I'm not sure if Mahupa Madisa, you will be responding, and if the colleagues from PAIA can also assist. I think the rest of the Information Regulator colleagues will also assist where the need arises. Like the issue of the portal CIO, I think you can actually respond to that one. It's towards the end. Advocate Mahopa.
Okay. Thank you, Program Director. I think there's one question that we missed from this side. Maybe if we can just request the lady to repeat before we answer the questions.
Is it the whistleblower question?
The one on investigation report. I think she was asking about an investigation report and whether she should follow the PAIA process to request for the same investigation report.
The reissue of the request. Okay, can I request that the person who asked the question repeat the question for us?
So my question was actually based on clarity, as I said before, that if it happens that a whistleblower reaches our door, rather comes to us requesting an requesting an investigation, or rather reporting corruption, as a civil society organization, are we then supposed to PAIA for the same documents that are actually submitted initially on the report? So I'll make a scenario example. Let's just say if a PA of a principal reports to us, that person is very close to the principal. The principal is being accused of embezzlement, and in that embezzlement, the money is being transferred from the school's account to the personal account, and the reporter, who is the PA, being a whistleblower to us, are we then supposed to PAIA for the same documents that he actually supported the allegations with initially when he reported?
Okay. All right, I think you've got the questions now, Advocate. If we can just respond to the questions in their order, please.
Okay, thank you. I think the first question was from Blind SA. The issue around public information being made available in a reasonable means. That's how I would put it. An example was given of a bus timetable or a leaflet in medicine. I think insofar as PAIA is concerned, PAIA does say that information must be made available in a reasonable means, and if maybe a member of the public requires information in a particular form, they can request the information from the body. However, then they will have to bear the costs for if it's translation, for the translation, or for whatever means that they want the information to be available in. And I think that is that is why it's important for bodies to communicate in their PAIA manuals. You know, when you have a PAIA manual, say, we have this information, it's available in this form. So if somebody reads the manual, they would know that the information is only available in this form, and if I want it in a different form, I can then request for it. However, it will be subject to a fee, and those fees have been prescribed by the Department of Justice. But insofar as fees like translation and others are concerned, it's on a quotation based. It's not prescribed. And then the issue of Section 57 and 58, Ms. Mofokeng said she wants to respond to this one. I'll give her an opportunity.
Ms. Mofokeng.
Good day, everyone. My name is Zanele Mofokeng. I'm the Senior Complaints and Investigation Officer. So I think the question was asked by Shailin Patlele in respect of the issue of the extension and also a deemed refusal. So in terms of the provisions of PAIA, the extension is only requested once. So you can't extend further than the 30 days. However, depending whether the complaint is before the regulator or not. So let's say, for instance, you are way over the prescribed time frame. you can still grant access to the requester. But once the information regulator, obviously the matter is before the regulator, will then try and facilitate access to information because that's what we promote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mofokeng.
Thank you. The next one is from Right to Know, Ndate Freddy. The issue of how can people gain access to information, especially around water challenges. I think here it's a matter of requesting for the information from the body. And if you want to go the PAIA route, you have to fill the request form and indicate the information that you are requesting from the municipality involved, and then they will respond to you with the information.
Advocate Mahopa, perhaps the part of the question was the price that is attached to the responses or to the request.
The price in terms of the access fee. Oh, okay.
There is a fee that is
Yeah.
requested to be paid when we are requesting for access
Oh,
to
okay,
information.
yeah. So there is a prescribed fee, access fee, that members of the public or any person requesting information has to pay to a body as and when they request the information. Like I've said, the fees are prescribed by the regulator, and they also include what they can charge for preparation as well as for the pages that they'll be reproducing if maybe information requested needs to be reproduced. So that is prescribed by the regulator. So there are those groups that are exempt from paying the fees, but it is included in the Gazette.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minak's question.
Okay. So in terms of, apologies colleagues, I think Mr. Dimba was also trying to remind me about one of the questions. But in terms of the PAIA reforms, I think the CEO has indicated earlier on that we are working on the amendments to PAIA, and we are trying to align to the recent developments, and also trying to look at those sections that may be redundant or no longer applicable in the current setting. So once the process is finalized, I think the amendments will be published for public comment so that you are also able to give your input into the legislation, but we are working on that. And the issue of whistleblowers reporting corruption, I think your mandate is to investigate those tip-offs. So it will be dependent on your own processes, but if needs be, because remember when somebody is blowing a whistle, at times or always they do not have authority to issue or give you the report. They're giving you because they have access to it. But as part of your investigation, you may still request for the same documents so that you are able to come to an informed conclusion. Remember, during an investigation, a lot of things can come up. So if you only rely on what you have and not go and request or give the other party an opportunity to present themselves, your process might be flawed, or you might not reach an informed decision. And also, you would have breached the principles of natural justice. You do not give the other party an opportunity to present themselves to you, because the facts might be different, or the reports might be different depending on what they give you during the investigation. The other question is on the portal, to say when you log onto the portal and look at the submission of the annual reports, the CIO whispered in my ear here to say that is a design feature. So when you log onto the portal and search for a particular body, you are able to see their annual report submission. And that was done in the spirit of openness and transparency. So it's not an error. It was designed like that. And then the sectors that we plan to assess in the 2025-26 financial year, we are still looking into these sectors. We are still looking at our complaints, because one of the things that we do is to look at the complaints that we receive and look at the sectors that are popular insofar as complaints are concerned. So we are still considering that, and we will communicate as soon as that is finalized. Program Director, I'm not sure.
There
If
is
we've
another
addressed-
question of, pardon me if I mispronounce the name, Dateral Logo. I think he's indicated that he has asked this question in several forums with regards to pay a request fee for 100 rands and the re-request, whether you still have to pay the same fee if there's a re-request or reissue. I'm not sure, maybe I'm misrepresenting you, sir?
Yeah, no, I think what I was just indicating was the request fees. They are described, they are here already. But what we don't know is the appeal fees. Because currently in the department, we have received 2 appeals that we are working on. But we do not know the appeal fees. And this question, Chairperson, I've raised it in several forums, and unfortunately we're not getting any responses to it. So that's the question.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so in terms of PIA request, it's the 140 request fee. So no, it means you have an outdated fee structure. It's 140, and then until such time that a request is finalized, you cannot charge another request fee. So a request is finalized upon decision. So in the public sector, you will decide, and if the requester is not happy, they will lodge an appeal. So there's no fee prescribed for someone when lodging an appeal, meaning that their matter is not yet finalized until there's an appeal outcome. So,
yeah, no, thank you so much. I think if that can be registered in writing, that will help us, because currently we are just working without any direction.
Okay. Thank you. Noted.
okay, we've
sir.
noted that
Noted your
comment. Thank you.
I'm not sure if we were able to respond to Abongile's question, which was online. Maybe it can be repeated, Ms. Shelembe. It's on regulator adjudication
It's on the
request.
regulator being able to, it's on the regulator being able to, in future, to publish a database on some prevailing issues that the civil society faces when trying to access information mandated by PIA.
I'm not sure who would be able to respond to that. Will you assist my advocate?
Okay, thank you, Program Director. I think that is one of the things that we'll still look into, the publication of the outcomes.
All right, thank you very much. I think we've noted all the questions. Where we don't have answers, we will consider it in our plans for the future. And given that we have indicated the limited resources, bear with us in terms of the turnaround times for implementation for those. Can then we move to the next presentation, which will be presented by our Executive Education and Communications, Mr. Dimba, on the effective public awareness and engagement.
Thank you, Program Director. Can we please show appreciation for the Program Director? She's doing an amazing job. She might just end up taking my job because she's too good at this. Greetings, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends, dear friends, former friends, and for Isaac and Comrade Freddy, comrades. Some of you may want to know what's the difference between dear friends and former friends. I will tell you what the difference is. Friends, it's everyone that has come to this session today. We appreciate what you've done by coming through to give us a hearing as we present our ideas for our APP for the forthcoming financial year. Dear friends are all those that come from the financial services sector. They are dear to us because they bring the resources that we need. The former friends are those from the financial services sector that failed to send us EFTs. But there's still a chance. You can still make up for that. By the time I'm done with this presentation, I will give you an opportunity to make good some of the promises that you've made to us before for giving us resources to do our important work. I'm going to talk about effective public awareness and engagement. I'm not sure who's driving this. Someone is driving this slide. Okay, thank you, Ms. Zondi. We'll start off with a presentation of the division that I had, which is education and communication. We have 4 subdivisions within this division. We have a division that deals with I just want to see if I can, yeah, I can see it now. We have a division that deals with communication and media relations. Now, this is the division that coordinates all our front-facing initiatives that are aimed at sharing more information regarding the work of the regulator through the media, through various structures. They are essentially our mouthpiece as the information regulator. But more importantly, they also assist the regulator in getting views and insights from the public back into the institution so that we get a sense of what it is that we are doing and how our work is being received by the public. The next subdivision is stakeholder relations management subdivision. Now, this is a subdivision that is responsible for coordinating these interactions, such as the one that we are having today, wherein the information regulator creates opportunities for consultations between itself and our stakeholders on various aspects of our mandate and our work. But most importantly, it's this subdivision that is responsible for creating a channel wherein you, as our stakeholders, can share with us some of the challenges that you encounter in implementation of these 2 laws or in the usage of these 2 laws. I just wanted to address an issue that was raised by Mr. H earlier. I know that it wasn't addressed. One of the strategic stakeholder engagements that we're going to be conducting in the forthcoming financial year, Mr. H, is an engagement with the presidency, the National Treasury, and other institutions in government who are tasked with implementing the digital government approach. Part of the digital government approach is this idea of creating data lakes, wherein there is creation of common databases within the public sector, and there's a possibility of sharing databases between various institutions within the public sector. So there's a big project around data lakes that is being driven by the presidency working together with National Treasury and others. Of course, given the fact that we're looking at issues of sharing of databases that often contain personal information, for example, if you look at the databases held by Department of Home Affairs, Department of Health, and many others, SARS, there are going to be obvious privacy concerns when this project is being implemented. And so we have began a conversation with those two entities, Treasury and Presidency, to try and chart the waters in terms of implementing this idea of digital government. So it's just one of the strategic stakeholder engagements that are coordinated by the subdivision. The next subdivision is the Education and Training Subdivision, which does a lot of work to capacitate holders of information, DIOs, information officers, and the users of the legislation, whether they are data subjects or requesters. We have an obligation in terms of both laws to provide training and create public awareness about the two laws. So that's the work that is done by the third subdivision. The fourth subdivision is Policy, Analysis and Research. Section 40, 1B, various subsections within that section in POPIA, requires of us to conduct various pieces of research on protection of personal information, and also to advise the minister, I think it's defined as the Minister of Justice in terms of POPIA, on policy proposals or legislative proposals that may impact on the protection of personal information. And so the Policy, Analysis and Research Subdivision is responsible for coordinating all of that work on behalf of the Information Regulator. Can we move to the next slide, please? The next slide really is a summation of, are we moving the slide or is it slow? It's a summation of the work that we do, and I think I've just summarized that, where we go into a bit more detail regarding the responsibilities of each of those subdivisions. Some of the products that we've produced related to the work of the subdivisions that I've articulated in the previous slide will include things such as some of the media releases that we do. We conduct a lot of media engagements and media briefings, and so we put there just an example of that. We are quite proud of the two products that have come out of the Education and Training Subdivision, which is POPIA and PAIA manuals, which I'm also very proud to say they are produced in Braille as well. Really, it's just to simplify the legislation, put it in common language, and we use these tools as essential elements when we conduct training sessions. The Policy, Analysis and Research Subdivision is quite active in a number of areas. We've looked at issues of adequacy determinations, how these are done in other jurisdictions, to try and see what would be possible in terms of POPIA in South Africa. We've looked at the issue of CCTV technology and its compliance with POPIA, and it's that piece of work that is going to inform some of the work that Advocate Boikanyo's division is going to be doing in the forthcoming financial years in terms of the possibility of a code of conduct on CCTV technology and surveillance. So those are some of that's just a flavor of some of the work that gets done there. The CEO earlier this morning mentioned the issue of public opinion surveys. We've gone out throughout the country to conduct surveys that are testing levels of awareness of PAIA and POPIA. And I must say, the results are a bit troubling in the sense that we still find that there isn't a lot of knowledge about PAIA and POPIA out there in the public, especially PAIA. We found that in the last survey that we conducted, only about 19% of the respondents, and this is a nationally representative sample, only about 19% of the respondents that were surveyed indicated awareness about PAIA. Maybe it's an old legislation that requires to be rejuvenated, that requires the public to be re-conscientized about its importance in a democratic society. But we find that with POPIA, there is quite a lot of knowledge about POPIA, still at around 44-48%. I must say that probably the issue regarding the matric results has helped to create a bit more awareness about POPIA and some of the tensions that exist in implementing or using this legislation. So that's some of the things that we do in policy analysis and research. We conduct a lot of stakeholder engagements. A lot of you we've engaged with from your various institutions, and I've indicated just one example of a strategic stakeholder engagement that we're going to be conducting in the forthcoming financial year. We are also supporting the Office of the Chairperson in international cooperation work. The CEO indicated in the morning that the regulator sees itself as a world-class institution, a world-class organization, and we do have a footprint globally, regionally, and globally through the various platforms that we are active in. In terms of access to information, we are part of what is called the International Conference of Information Commissioners, the ICIC. We serve in the executive of that institution. We chair the African Network of Information Commissions. We are part of the Global Privacy Assembly, which is a network of data protection authorities. I think about, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 90 or more than 90 of those. We serve in the executive of the GPA as well. We are also active in the African Network of Data Protection Authorities. So it is through these networks and platforms that we bring experiences of South Africa to the global audience, but also we expose ourselves to developments that are occurring globally. So that's the work of the division, just in a nutshell. In terms of milestones, I am most proud of the decision that was made by members of the regulator to say the regulator should not be an institution that is sitting at Braamfontein. The members of the regulator said to the regulator, we must be out there. We must be where South Africans are. And this map here, those pins are not just decorative pins. Those pins are real live data of where we have been as the regulator. And I'm not talking about Mr. Ramogondo, who is our public awareness official. I'm talking about instances where members of the regulator and the executive have gone out throughout the country to meet with communities, engage with communities on issues that are faced by those communities, and propose solutions based on the instruments that we have at our disposal as the information regulator. That point that Comrade Freddy was mentioning earlier about how do we take our work to the communities and assist the communities to deal with their day-to-day struggles on the ground, whether it's access to public services, access to water, access to health services, etc. The Dikopano program does exactly that. We go out into these communities and we say, what are the issues in this particular area? And then we present the opportunities that could be available in terms of using the access to information legislation, mostly to deal with some of those challenges. Of course, we also need to address issues of protection of personal information. There are issues around accessing child support grants. There are issues around disability grants, etc., which link to issues of processing of personal information. And so we go out and explain how the work of the regulator can help to address some of those issues. So I think it has been a milestone for the EDUCOM division to be asked or to be tasked by members of the regulator to coordinate this important work. We have been to 7 provinces so far for the Dikopano program. For the forthcoming financial year, we'll be taking the Dikopano to the Northwest as well as the Western Cape, which are the 2 provinces where we haven't taken the whole regulator to. Yeah, so we move on to the next slide, which contains our priorities for the forthcoming financial year. We have 3 key priorities, and I need to specifically indicate that what you see there is not the totality of the work of the EDUCOM division. A lot of other activities we do are captured in the annual operational plan, the AOP. So what you see there are the targets in terms of the APP, because these are the targets that flow directly from the strategic plan. So for the forthcoming financial year, we are targeting to conduct 14 educational programs on access to information and 14 educational programs on protection of personal information. We are also going to target a total of 24 public awareness programs for the forthcoming financial year. This basically is the work that I was describing in the previous slide, where we go out into community centers, shopping malls, and we engage with members of the public to create understanding and awareness of the 2 laws. I think it's, next slide please, I think it's quite evident how our work links with the strategic plan. I mean, if you look at what I've described as pieces of our work, it really speaks to that initiative of empowering the citizens to assert their rights, to protect their rights, but also to access information and protect their personal information. What we do is exactly what is in the impact statement. I should not spend too much time there. Where I want to spend a lot of time is on the challenges. And now I would like our dear friends to listen a bit closely. Can we move to the next slide on challenges, please? We have a very active, very smart, very hardworking young team. But this team is quite small, given what needs. Now that they've put the photo on the screen, I'm not so sure if it should say young, because I don't qualify as young. But the rest of them are young, and they are very active. So, colleagues, when we talk about public awareness, education and training, we are talking about 4.5 people. And I say 4.5 people because we have 3 practitioners. We have Mr. Mtsweni, who's the head of the subdivision, Education and Training and Public Awareness. We have Ms. Ramasiya, who is a sector training manager. We have Mr. Ramugondo, who is the public awareness manager. So those are the 3 professionals or practitioners in the subdivision. And then we have 2 interns, Ms. Kumalo and Mr. Muweng. So I'll bring the 2 interns and I'll say half-half. It makes one person. And I'm the other half, because I'm not, this is not the work I do on a full-time basis. That is to say, I don't spend 100% of my time in education and training. I get drawn in from time to time because I'm also responsible for research. I'm responsible for stakeholder engagement, responsible for communications. So when we talk about what needs to be done to raise the levels of public awareness, to raise the levels of capacity of DIOs and IOs to comply with the legislation, we are looking at 4.5 people for the whole country. Now, I don't want to embarrass Mr. Mtsweni and ask him how much I'm going to allocate for him in the forthcoming financial year to conduct training, unless he wants to declare it. 750,000? Yes. 750,000 rands has been allocated to Mr. Mtsweni to run training throughout the country for the whole financial year. So the situation is dire. And this is where we need our friends to come forward and provide support, to come forward and assist us with this important work that we need to do. The team has done excellently well to raise awareness. Ms. Zondi and his communications team, they are active on Twitter, active on various digital platforms. We are always on radio, always on TV, but it's a very small team. And this work is very important. It requires all of us to come forward and play our role in pushing it forward. I did try to get a speed point machine from the hotel, and they denied me. They said they don't have a speed point machine, because I wanted to conclude this presentation with putting the speed point on the table. But fortunately, I bank with FNB, and on the app, Ms. Amanda, on the app, there is what is called geo-payment. So I can activate geo-payments right now, colleagues, and get the assistance that we need. Program Director, thank you so much. I think that that's where my story ends. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dimba. I know that dear friends have heard our request, and I now do understand the difference. That last slide was really clear on the limitations of our resources. So thank you, Mr. Dimba and team. Can we get to the question and answer session? This time I'm going to start online. I'm not sure if there's any questions so far, but let's prepare ourselves in-house for the question. No questions online. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have the floor. You may engage. Okay, there's a gentleman here.
Good afternoon, everyone. As dear friends in the financial services industry, I want to know if there's any consideration that would be given to partnering with some of these service providers to make sure that this type of education further disseminates into the South African economy. I do think you could benefit from economies of scale based on the customer bases that some of them hold, and how would we best be suited to progress something like that?
Thank you very much. There's a gentleman just behind. Oh, all right. Let's start here at the front with the gentleman with the glasses.
I hope kaofela le itse Setswana. Mara for the sake of rotlhe ke tla bua Sejatlhapi. My name is Lucius Ramosetlebodibe. I work for the Motor Industry Ombudsman of South Africa. I always regard myself as the best ombudsman in the country. Yeah, that's how I sell my company. It's a remark. We have traveled crisscross the country with your consumer education people. And I'm glad that they even went down to Marapiane, where I was born. We were with you, Kobumametaki, and squatter camps. Yeah, they're doing a great job. Unlike some of us, it looks like it's a remark, and let me put a disclaimer. I hope my bosses are not listening. It looks like consumer education departments are not taken seriously. I have experience. I know almost every regulator in the country. The resources are allocated to other departments, but the consumer education, I think I know more than 20 stakeholders within our scope. They all do not have resources. 2, 3 people. Some of them, they do the entire country, only one person. You can see how consumer education people are stressed out. So I'm hoping dear friends are listening. And next time, Mr. Dimba, we'll see a big team of, we were with you in Uppington for the whole week, by the way. Yeah, so yeah, it's a remark. And I would like to encourage you also to go into the tribal authorities where there's lack of information or limited access to information. So, because they really need this information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a gentleman just behind.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you are all good. My name is Tawang Pala
but not pala pala. No, I get that a lot where I ask people, like, do you mean pala pala? No, pala. In any case, I just want to thank Mr. Dimba for the beautiful presentation. I think they're doing a sterling job. Unfortunately, people don't give hands, when people are doing this amazing work. It's extensive, and I think we're seeing it, the results on LinkedIn. We follow them so much, the work that they're doing. I come from an organization called CyberMate. We do cybersecurity awareness campaigns. Just last year in October, we did the inaugural cybersecurity in Daba. And this year we're doing the second one. We had a number of our colleagues from CSIR and the other colleagues as well. We just want to also add our input into the awareness campaigns in terms of cybersecurity from a cybersecurity point of view, that we would like to lend a help as well, helping hand from the experts that we have within our organization with the work that we're doing, and then our dear friends as well, if they want to support us looking for those service providers, we are those people that actually they can reach out to communicate with us so that we can get to as many people. There's also a program right now that is taking place in Southern Africa by the UK government. It's taking place from the 4th until the 6th on cybersecurity awareness with the civil society organizations. And I encourage the civil society organizations that are within this room to also be part of the conversations, the programs that are actually taking place, so that we can educate as many people about being safe online, especially for young people, the ones that are in schools, and especially the traditional leaders. My leader here is speaking about those traditional leaders and the communities that are actually abandoned about the reaching out this information. In Botswana, there's a huge drive with regards to the traditional areas where they are reaching out people with regard to the message or the gospel of cybersecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm not sure where the other hand is, or maybe is that all the questions and the comments that we have? Yeah, the last one, Tabang, thank you. Yeah, can I request then the team to be ready to respond to the questions?
There's another question online, Chairperson.
All right, thank you. Let's take the question online.
It's from Charlene Warden. Can we expect a guideline in the near future to address the uncertainty caused by the recently passed bylaws regulating the use of privately owned surveillance cameras in the city of Joburg and the public's pushback? There's been uncertainty about public monitoring and compliance with POPIA.
Do you mind going through that again? That was very quick.
No, the person who's supposed to answer heard the question.
Okay, then that's fine. All right.
No, thank you very much for that, Program Director. We have gone through the bylaw. We just need to process it internally and then communicate with the responsible party. We're very cautious in a platform like this to actually communicate what our assessment is, our result is. But once we have thoroughly processed the document, then we will communicate with the responsible party relating to the concerns that we have already identified. We have indeed identified certain concerns with regard to the bylaw, and we will communicate the concerns that we have as the regulator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate Wiganyo. Mr. Dimba, do you have concluding remarks?
Yes, thank you, Program Director. Just two comments on the issue of working with tribal authorities. I wanted to explain just a bit how the Dikopano program is structured. When we go out to conduct a Dikopano, firstly, we meet with the provincial executive. We try and meet with the Premier and the MECs to brief them on the work that we've come to do in that province. The next stop is with the tribal leaders, the traditional leaders, tribal authorities. In every province, we ensure that where there are tribal authorities or traditional leadership structures, we go there first and present the work of the regulator and then present our program in that area. And only then do we meet with the communities. And the traditional leaders are often with us when we go out to meet with communities. And we've been warmly received by all the traditional leadership that we've met with in the 7 Dikopanos that we've conducted. On the issue of partnering with the service providers, we have an open invitation to all stakeholders to come join us when we do the Dikopano program. So in a typical Dikopano session, we would have colleagues from other public institutions, from other regulatory bodies, who are also there to engage with the public. Most of the times, the issues or the questions that are raised by communities, some of them are beyond the work or the scope of the work of the Information Regulator. And so we draw in our colleagues to provide responses when those inquiries are being made by members of the community. We haven't yet had the private sector join us in these Dikopano sessions, and would like to encourage colleagues with, you have a whole lot more reach than some of us through your branches in the provinces, etc. If you have your community engagement structures within your institution, please encourage them to come on board, be with us when we conduct these sessions. Because some of the questions that come up could be questions around insurance that we get from the public, issues around banking problems, etc. So yes, it's an open invitation to those stakeholders in the private sector to join us when we go out to the meeting with communities. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Mr. Timba and Tim, and thank you very much to all our presenters. I think we should give ourselves a round. We are coming to the end of our program, but before we close the program, Ms. Tilly will close for us. I'm requesting that we give the Chair of the Information Regulator 3 minutes just to greet. No? 1 minute. Okay. Thank you, Chair. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm actually being forced to speak because I said I don't want to speak. But this is such a wonderful occasion. I want to apologize that I wasn't able to be here with you when we started. I had attended another interesting event where young lawyers were launching an organization called the Alliance of African Lawyers, which is meant to just capacitate young lawyers and to connect them with what is happening on the continent and globally. And because of the fact that data privacy is important in the world, in fact, it is now the most important human right in the world, I decided that it was important for me to go and support them. So thank you very much. Ms. Till is still going to do the closing. I think to right to know, what I want to say to you is that we rely on the partnerships. You know what is going on the ground in terms of service delivery. So you have to empower the people, or you on their behalf, put prior requests which will then end up with the Information Regulator. That's the only way that we can use a prior to push issues of service delivery and do so deliberately. And also to just make one more point that, we are almost the only regulator in the world where PAIA applies to private and public bodies. You don't know how powerful that is, because information these days is not held by government only. Powerful data is held by digital platforms. All of them, they are holding this data. They do as they wish with our data. And that is why it is important to even use PAIA to hold the digital platforms accountable regarding the information that they hold and the information from which they are making billions without our involvement. CEO and your team, my colleagues, thank you very much for this event. It has been fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to our participants, the community. Siyabonga kakhulu. Let me just say it in Zulu. Siyaleboga in Sotho. Siyazi ukuthi kade niqalile, so sesizoba ne-lunch. Angifuni ukuba between lunch nani, but thank you very much. Ms. Tilly will give a way forward in the closing remarks. Thank you, Ms. Tilly.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, friends, dear friends, Professor and our former friends, Professor Masalo, members, Chair, thank you very much. You can see from today's session that we have our work cut out for us. You can also see there's a lot of exciting new areas that we're having to find our feet in. I think one of the things that we're starting to really wrestle with is when we make an order, how do we make sure that that order is enforced? And I think that's going to be something we're going to have to pay more and more attention to. We've talked about law reform. We've had a bit of experience with these laws now. We've wrestled with them. We're kind of starting to see where the gaps are. And I think the idea that law reform is going to be front and center for us has come up today. And then, of course, there are the new things that we didn't really see heading our way. And I think AI is one of them, and I think our chair's picked this up in particular, that AI and data protection authorities go together like a horse and carriage. We are going to be drawn in to trying to make sure that AI treats people like people and treats people with dignity. And that's going to be a new area for us to work in. We've been taking notes, we've been scribbling things down. You may have seen us talking excitedly to each other at various points where new issues have come up. We're going away to think about everything that has been said to us. You've seen we do have plans. They are in a great deal of detail, and sometimes that makes it harder because we can't pivot quickly to new things, but we are constantly trying to think about how to make sure the work we're doing is as relevant and as fresh as it possibly can be. Thank you to the Educom team. Great job. Thank you for drawing in the stakeholders that you have. I think we've been able to tell by the level of engagement, good questions, some really hard questions actually, which I have made a note of. And I think we're really grateful for the work that you do. We can only be because you are with us in this journey, and we really confirm that we are committed to make sure that these parts of the Constitution that we have been given stewardship of are parts of the Constitution that live and that breathe and that do the work that they need to do in order to make sure that we do have the kinds of free flow of information, the kinds of transparency, and the kind of respect that you need for privacy to be upheld. On that note, lunch is served. If you would please join us for lunch. And we hope to see you soon. And of course, particularly for those of you who are dear friends, we look forward to working.
Announcement about lunch. If we could request the community members, announcement about lunch. If we could request the community members that joined us today from Garfontein and Diepsloot, and as well as the students from University of Johannesburg. your transport is already here, so if you could quickly please have lunch right here, and all of us also will